Hi, Alicia.
What up, Miss Brenda? Hi, Carl.
Jennifer, let me know in the Q&A if you want to be promoted. How are you doing this evening, Miss Johnson?
I was telling Brenda, do we have public on here too?
We have, yep, couple folks.
All right. Well, I'll tell you later.
Very good. It's been a long day.
Yeah. And so it says that my video won't come on. You cannot start your video because the host has stopped it. I'm usually on by now, but I just got finished certifying petitions and trying to get that out before the end of the business day.
There you go. You should be able to do it now.
All right. Yeah, because, I don't want to be looking like a hag on TV.
I missed a setting there. So
All right.
on to tell me.
I always come on expecting technical difficulties because, it's just that's the age we live in now, the technical
That's right.
age.
Come on.
Isn't that shiny? Oh my God, I look so shiny.
You look shiny. Only because you're
shiny.
you sparkle.
Oh, okay, sparkle. I'm thinking shiny. Okay, that's better. You doing all right this evening?
Yeah. It's been a long day, but I haven't done this in a couple of weeks, so I'm ready to go.
Amen. Amen.
Yeah.
Very good.
Break in a couple of weeks, so I'm sure council will be grateful.
Yeah, I know I will.
Yeah.
We get to catch up. We've been one down for a while now, so.
I know
Yeah.
that.
And then petitions and
post
all
that?
kinds of stuff.
You get to post your position? We'll talk about it later. You can tell me about it. Very good.
So you're good at reading people, right? All right, well, I'm going to go grab some water because I only have about 7 minutes, and then I'll be back.
Very good. Thank you.
All right, sweetie. Good to see you.
You too. Evening, Naria. Welcome. Regina, let me know in the chat if you would like to be promoted. If you will be speaking this evening.
Are you talking to me, Brenda?
Nope, I was talking to Regina Elsner.
Oh, okay. Super. Thank you so much.
Yep.
Hello, checking in.
Hello. Glad to see you.
Excellent.
And Adam wins tonight.
I don't know if I consider this winning.
Well, you're first. How's that?
That's something.
You are first. I worry when you're not here first. So
I know. I don't like people worrying.
Well, and Tom is waiting to come in.
Hello.
Good evening, Tom. That looks lovely where you are.
It is. It's actually rained almost constantly since we arrived here.
Are you there already?
Yeah, I'm in Oregon.
Well, then, yes, that's to be expected, I think, right?
Yeah. Hey, Adam, I got out in the Willamette this morning in a quad.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to get rowing in the new water.
Yep. Pretty lovely.
I would not go out in the current temperatures personally, unless it was very early.
Well, they wrote pretty early.
Hello, everyone.
Sam, good evening.
Sam.
And Mark, Bob. Was neglecting my kindergarten duties, right? That Rachel calls them when I greet everyone by name.
David, it looks like you're in the office.
I am in the office. You know, I wanted a good internet connection, and it took about, I don't know, 5 minutes before the Zoom call connected. So I was just wondering if it was really not a great choice, but I'm here.
And you both look marvelous. Hey, Tom. Hi, David.
Hey, Alicia.
How you doing, Alicia?
I'm hanging in there. How you doing?
Good.
Good.
So Alicia, in your honor, I am wearing my favorite bowling tie.
That's right. So that means we
Ty?
need to go bowling before you
Yeah.
retire. Yeah, that means we need to go bowling before you retire. That's what I say.
In your honor.
That plan.
Oh, there's Mary.
I saw that, Tom.
You saw what, Mary?
Something that would have gotten you in trouble last week.
Last week.
Yep.
Was a different week.
Different Tom.
Here's Mirbai. Here comes Mirbai. Okay, now I'm really worried about Junie because she's always right behind Adam.
Everybody's right behind Adam.
Well, yes, but Junie is usually right behind Adam as far as a rival goes.
So we're waiting for Rachel, Aaron, and Junie.
Mhm. Here's Rachel.
So Brenda, just to make sure I've got this right, I'm going to call on you after we're done with the declarations. Is that right?
Yep, before open comment.
Got it. And I just got a text from Aaron saying he is almost in.
Great.
Good evening, everyone. Channel 8 is on air.
Great.
Awesome. Perfect.
I will start recording whenever you're ready, Sam.
I am ready. Go
Great.
ahead and kick us off.
And we are recording.
Good. Welcome, everyone, to the June 15th, 2021 meeting of the Boulder City Council. We're going to start tonight with a few announcements, if we can go ahead and get those slides put up. Our first announcement is that COVID-19 vaccinations are obviously being given, and if you'd like information on getting your vaccine or to sign up for notifications, you can go to the website, which is shown on the slide, bouldercounty.org, families, disease, COVID-19 vaccines. Next announcement, boards and commissions. We are still accepting applications to serve on a few of our boards and commissions, and we would love to have you sign up to be on one of these. The boards that we are still recruiting for are the Boulder Junction Access District Parking, Boulder Junction Access District Travel Demand Management, and the Beverage Licensing Authority. If you are interested in applying, you can go to the website on the slide, which is bouldercolorado.gov/boards-commissions. And the third announcement this evening is the city has launched a reimagined policing effort, and we are seeking community feedback. A questionnaire is available at the website on the slide, which is beheardboulder.org/reimagine-policing. And that questionnaire is available until the end of July, so about 6 weeks. This is a great way for individuals to provide us with input on your own time and in a safe and anonymous space. If you prefer to provide your feedback verbally or to participate in a conversation with city staff and other community members, please sign up for an upcoming online forum. You can access the sign up for those forums and the available dates on that same Be Heard Boulders page. And with that, Alicia, could you please call the roll?
Yes, sir. And good evening, everyone. Councilmember Brockett,
Present.
Friend.
Hey, Alicia, I'm here.
Hey, Miss Rachel. Joseph.
Here. Here? Can you hear me?
I got you. Yes, ma'am. Nagel.
Here.
Swetley.
Present.
Wallach.
Present.
Weaver.
Here.
Yates.
Here.
And Young.
Present.
Mayor, we have a quorum.
Thank you, Alicia. So first, tonight, we need to add some items to our agenda. The items that we need to add are item 1C, a declaration for Tom Carr, item 1D, a declaration for Chief Deputy City Attorney David Geer, item 3J, which is an update from the City Attorney's Search Committee, identifying city attorney finalists, and then a motion to accept candidates as finalists. And then we also need to reorder the public hearings. We need to move what had formerly been item 5C to be 5A, so that's the landmark hearing. And then we need to move 5A to 5B and 5B to 5C, so that's just moving the last item to the first item in our public hearings. So if I could have a motion to amend the agenda.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Does anyone object to changing the agenda? Seeing no objections, that passes unanimously. And with that, I believe we will turn to declarations for this evening. And the first one is about Immigrant Heritage Month presented by Councilmember Wallach. Mark?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick note. This declaration resonates with me very strongly. I am the grandson of 4 immigrant grandparents. I am married to a woman who is the daughter of an immigrant. And so I am very grateful for the opportunity to read this tonight. Immigrant Heritage Month celebrates the generations of immigrants from every corner of the globe who have built our country's economy, created the unique character of our city, and are linked in a shared history. Immigrants have come here to work, to learn, and to find freedom and shelter. They're an important part of Colorado's history and continue to keep the workforce competitive, businesses innovative, and the economy strong. In addition to economic contributions, immigrants bring diverse perspectives and experiences that make for a unique social and cultural influence, fundamentally enriching the extraordinary character of our community. Immigrants have been steadfast leaders, not only in securing their own rights and access to equal opportunity, but have also campaigned to create a fairer and more just society for all. Yet despite these countless contributions, the role of immigrants in building and advancing our nation has frequently been overlooked and undervalued throughout our history and continuing to the present day. 1 in 10 Boulder County residents is an immigrant. And this exceptional group of people adds to the variety of languages, customs, and cuisines, which contributes to the cultural diversity enjoyed in the city. Therefore, the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado, declares June 2021 as Immigrant Heritage Month and urge all to join in recognizing the distinct value that lies in welcoming people of different backgrounds and treating all with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. We'll move on to our next declaration, which I will present. The declaration I'm going to present tonight is observing Juneteenth Independence Day, June 19th, 1865, the day on which slavery finally came to an end in the United States. And we'll begin the declaration with a quotation. "No one is free until we are all free," which was said by the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. President Abraham Lincoln's Emancipation Proclamation was issued on January 1st, 1863. Yet news of the end of slavery did not reach the frontier areas of the United States, and in particular the southwestern states, for over 2.5 years. Even after word had spread about the order, some slave masters chose to withhold the information, holding them as slaves through one more harvest season. On June 19th, 1865, Union soldiers led by Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, with news that the Civil War had ended and that the enslaved were free. Reactions to this news ranged from shock to jubilation. As such, African Americans who had been slaves in the Southwest celebrated June 19th, commonly known as Juneteenth Independence Day, as inspiration and encouragement for future generations. Over more than 150 years, the tradition of observing Juneteenth Independence Day has remained the oldest known celebration of the ending of slavery. This significant day places a special emphasis on education and tolerance, while encouraging self-development and respect for all cultures. The fight for freedom does not exist in a vacuum, and the struggle against oppression and for sovereignty is one we collectively share and are inextricably linked to. Juneteenth celebrates the unity and mutuality of American liberty realized, which makes Juneteenth a celebration of freedom and justice for all Americans, not only those enslaved and their descendants. The late Lula Briggs Galloway of Saginaw, Michigan, author, social activist, and curator of African American history, was the originator of the interim Juneteenth Creative Culture Center and Museum in Saginaw, Michigan. Galloway successfully worked to bring national recognition to Juneteenth Independence Day and encouraged Congress to pass a resolution in 1997 in honor of the day. To help recognize this important day, the City of Boulder Human Relations Commission has allocated funding to support a Juneteenth celebration hosted by the Executive Committee for African American Cultural Events and the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Held on June 19th, 2021 at 10 a.m., this free virtual Juneteenth presentation will celebrate freedom, acknowledge local community members in the fight for equity and justice, and pay special tribute to Ms. Opal Lee, the 94 years old grandmother of Juneteenth. The City Council of the City of Boulder first acknowledges the historical significance of Juneteenth Independence Day. Second, supports the continued celebration of Juneteenth Independence Day to provide an opportunity for community members to learn more about the past and to better understand the experiences that have shaped our nation. Third, recognizes that the observance of the end of slavery is a part of the history and heritage of the United States. And finally, encourages people to join together in celebration and solidarity and urge all residents to actively raise their own awareness of the significance of this celebration in American history and in the heritage of our nation and city. And with that, I will now turn to Councilmember Young to present a declaration in honor of outgoing City Attorney Tom Carr. Mary?
Excuse me,
Oh, yes,
Sam.
Judy.
We do have a
Oh.
representative from the NAACP, and
Thank you for the reminder, and I apologize for overlooking that. Dr. Taylor.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. DeAndre Taylor, and thank you, Mayor, for reading that wonderful declaration. I'm here just to say a bit about Juneteenth. And first, I do want to thank the City of Boulder for the proclamation and the declaration as we honor and as we celebrate Juneteenth. I want to put it in perspective very quickly. You know, we're going to be doing something great on Saturday, and I'm so happy and delighted and elated that Boulder, the City of Boulder, can be a part of this. We're celebrating 156 years of Juneteenth, 156 years of Juneteenth. To put it in perspective, America is 244 years old, and we're going to be celebrating 156 years of Juneteenth. So you can do the math and why particularly Juneteenth is very important to African Americans, but just as it is important for African Americans, it's very important for the nation and our history of our nation to understand Juneteenth. While we celebrate July 4th as our nation's independence, and of course we honor that date, but we also want to honor June 19th, 1865, because that's when African Americans and millions of people were enslaved throughout that period. And that's when African Americans when we truly got our freedom. And so on Saturday, we're going to be bringing something wonderful. It's going to be educational, that program, but it's also going to be celebrating Black excellence through talent, Black excellence through service, and Black excellence through history. We have Miss Opal Lee, who's 94 years old, and she's leading the charge to make Juneteenth a national holiday for the country. She's collected over 1.5 million signatures, and she needs only just a minimum of 1.5 more. And I'm so excited that she can get there. We're going to highlight students from Boulder High School. They're Blacks in the Alliance. We're going to have dancers from CU Boulder. We're going to even have a poem from a Denver Public School student. But it's also going to feature Miss Alice Faye Duncan, who's a children author, and she actually wrote a book about Miss Lee. So if you have children, please have your children log in on that time too, so that they can partake and understand the history. And behind me, this is the Juneteenth flag that is flying outside of the municipal building in Boulder. It's also flying outside the Civic Center in Longmont. And as you can see, what the flag represents, you can see that burst, and that burst there represents the new dawn when African Americans received their freedom from slavery and being enslaved for all those hundreds of years. And so I just want everyone on this call to, as we embark on June 19th, we heard a resolution about Immigrant Day for Mr. Wallach, and we thank you for that, Mr. Wallach, for honoring Immigrant Day. And America is filled with rich history, and we have to make sure that each segment of our history is honored and understand the importance of how it makes up the fabric of who we are. I'm looking around this call right here. I see so many different faces and so many different identities that are represented, which is awesome. And as we march to 156 years of celebrating Juneteenth, which is this Saturday, it's going to be virtual, and we want you all to partake in that. We want to honor the history of America, because Juneteenth is American history. And I'll turn it over back to Junie, and I believe we have Miss Woodley on the call as well from the NAACP.
Sam, go ahead.
Waiting for Junie.
No, it's for you actually.
All right. No, thank you so much. Thank you for having us. I am Madeline Strong Woodley. Okay.
There you are. Awesome.
You see me now?
Yeah.
Good afternoon. Good evening, everyone. Thank you so much for having us. We are so elated to join you and have you join us in this effort. You know, DeAndre said it well, and he pretty much said it all. I'm just going to say that the Executive Committee for African American Cultural Events, in partnership with our Boulder County, and that is a Boulder County organization as well, but the NAACP Boulder County branch, headed by Annette James as our president, is very, very, very much active, and we're all very interested in joining with you and you joining with us. Aaron, I see you. Hi. Y'all probably didn't know Aaron is a singer. And you'll see him with
here.
at some point you'll see him with my choir. But I want to thank the City of Boulder's Human Resource Commission for supporting us and everything that we're doing. The ECASE is the acronym for the Executive Committee for African American Cultural Events, because of course, as you can tell, that's a mouthful. But we are an answer to a call to action. That call to action said, well, why is it that we only have celebrations for Dr. MLK and Black history? Is there nothing else? Or can you not present things to the community? The community is interested, and we want to embrace with you. So the creation of ECASE is as a result of that call to action. It is absolutely my honor to be here this evening to Councilwoman Junie Joseph. Thank you so very much for all you've done and all you're doing in support of our efforts. And in turn, we're here to support you as well, and the council. As I said, that's about it for me. DeAndre said everything I think that needed to be said. I will say ECASE is predicated on 5 pillars. They are education, celebration, tribute, solidarity, and service. Those 5 pillars are the pillars by which we springboard all of our activities. So check us out on Facebook, if you would. And by all means, please join us and please spread the word to everybody you know, your networks, your social media platforms. Again, thank you and good evening.
Thank you so much, Dr. Taylor and Ms. Woodley. It's a pleasure to have you here. With that, I will turn to Councilwoman Young to present the declaration for Tom Carr. Mary.
All right. So it's my honor to read the declaration in honor of Thomas A. Carr's service to the city of Boulder, June 15th, 2021. In June 10th, the city of Boulder, in 2010, the city of Boulder had the great fortune of hiring Thomas A. Carr as the new city attorney. During the past 11 years, Tom has been an unwavering source of leadership, legal mastery, respect, and integrity for the city. Prior to 2010, Tom was the city attorney for the city of Seattle for 8 years, and prior to that, an assistant United States attorney for the Eastern District of New York, specializing in prosecuting organized crime and civil racketeer influenced and corrupt organization cases. Born and raised in the Bronx borough of New York, occasionally you might hear his endearing East Coast accent sneak out to everyone's delight. As the city attorney, Tom Carr was the primary legal advisor to the city council and city manager and skillfully managed the city attorney's office, staff, and outside counsel arrangements. Tom is a member of the board of directors of the Association of Prosecuting Attorneys and a regional vice president of the International Municipal Lawyers Association. During his tenure with the city, Tom brought a collaborative problem-solving approach to a variety of complex legal issues. To name a few: outstanding representation of the city in many lawsuits, including arguments to the Colorado Court of Appeals and the Colorado Supreme Court. Provided excellent legal assistance at more than 500 city council meetings and study sessions. Provided invaluable legal direction to implement a robust electronic format of petitioning called Boulder Direct Democracy. Major role in implementation of a voter-approved program providing eviction prevention and rental assistance services to community members. Successfully shepherded countless ballot measures to election. Provided First Amendment legal advice during various protests. Participated in meaningful tribal consultations. Drafted a high-capacity magazine and assault weapon ban ordinance. Principal legal advisor to the city's climate municipalization effort that spanned 10 years. Guided the city's electric utility effort, Excel franchise, and settlement agreements with Public Service Company. Renegotiated the Colorado Chautauqua lease. COVID-19 disaster declaration and emergency orders. Medical and recreational marijuana. Boulder Community Health Campus acquisition. Community Broadband Initiative. When asked to describe Tom, Chief Deputy City Attorney David Gear was quoted as saying, "Tom is a gifted leader, mentor, teammate, and friend. His passion for justice combined with his superior legal skills has served Boulder well." From the perspective of the City Attorney's Office, he will be remembered as a supportive and caring person who brought positivity, good humor, and energy to all of the staff. He valued healthy work-life balance and helping people grow and cultivate their talent. Under his mentorship, staff had the chance to learn and develop into leaders of tomorrow. Deputy City Attorney Aaron Poe said, "The value you place on our families has made a world of difference for so many of us. I don't know what I would have done without your kindness and empathy." Another city department staff said, "You always took my team into consideration, valued our input, and approached challenging situations with an open mind and heart. You are truly one of a kind and will be missed." We, the members of the Boulder City Council, recognize, honor, and appreciate the service and significant contributions to the city and community made by Tom Carr. Thank you for your many years of hard work and commitment to Boulder. The City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares June 15th, 2021, City Attorney Tom Carr Day, and we urge all members of our community to wish Tom well in his new endeavors.
Thank you, Mary. Tom, would you like to say a few words?
My connection may not be great, so thank you so much. I'm humbled and honored by the declaration. Mary, thank you so much for reading it and reading it so well. It's been a great honor and privilege to work with the great team at Boulder and the many city council members and mayors whom I had the opportunity to serve. I will miss you all greatly, and thank you very much.
And Rachel.
I didn't know if we were going to be invited to individually say a few words. Good, I would like to. So I want to thank you, Tom, for always answering the phone and always having quick and ready wisdom at your disposal. And for those who don't know, that was true of Tom, even when I was just a community member. And not everyone calls like nobody's back, and Tom Carr does. So I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart for the work that you do and the generosity and wisdom that you have shared with me. And also want to briefly say that the first time I really paid a lot of attention to Tom was during the assault weapons ban, which was as a gun violence prevention activist, an area that I knew well. And Tom very quickly like got up to speed and then knew more than the rest of us. So I was so impressed and wowed by his intellect and just ability to pick up something new. So I will miss you a lot, Tom, and wish you well in your new endeavor.
Thank you, Rachel. Mary, and then Aaron.
Tom, thank you for all of your hard work. You may very well be the hardest working person I know. And I know a lot of hardworking people. So thank you for giving your heart and soul to the city. And I know that the County of Washington will get the best city attorney and the hardest working person that they can possibly get. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Aaron.
Yeah, just thanks so much, Tom. It's been such a pleasure to work together the last 5 odd years, and I've benefited enormously from your extremely sound legal advice and all of your expertise. So very appreciative of the partnership, and best of luck in the next phases, which I see you're already embarking on in what looks like a cooler place than we are here right now. So take care.
Thanks, Aaron. Adam.
I've thanked Tom many times, but I felt on a personal level, it's really important to do it just once more, and I will many other times, because I would not be on city council without Tom's help. The first time I ran, when nobody knew who I was, Tom taught me all that he knew about the city so that I had something to talk about and some background to know for when I ran. So, and even before then, I was coaching him as a rower. So before he coached me, I was coaching him, which is a pretty fun little backstory. But thank you, Tom, for all you did, not only for me, but for the city.
Thank you, Adam. And Mirabai, and then Bob. Mirabai.
I just wanted to say a quick thanks, Tom. I know I didn't work with you as much, but like Rachel said, whenever help was needed or questions were asked, you were right on top of it and ready with multiple options and ways of looking at things. So I really appreciate everything that you've given to the city and how willing you were to work with everyone, no matter what the topic was. So we wish you the absolute best moving forward, and have a blast. Enjoy what your next step is.
Thanks, Mirabai. Bob, and then Junie. Bob.
Hey, Tom. A few people appreciate how hard a lawyer's job is than another lawyer. And I've observed you through the years, both before I got on council and on council, how hard, as Mary said, you work, and all the things that you do behind the scenes that are not known, not recognized, not thanked. It's a little like an iceberg. 10%'s on the top and 90%'s below the water. So I want to thank you for the 90% below the water, the things that you did to make the city look good, make the staff look good, make council look good, that often was not recognized by most of us. So thank you so much, Tom.
Thanks, Bob. Junie.
Oh my goodness, Tom. I think just hearing everyone saying goodbye to you really it's painful for me, because it's almost like losing a family member. Because again, when I joined council, I meet all these wonderful people, and little by little, people are leaving. And just hearing that conversation and people making comments today just makes me sad. Thank you for your service. Thank you for all that you've done for the community, for Boulder. And, I wish you the best of luck in your next opportunity where you're going. I hope you enjoy it as well. And when you come back to Boulder, I hope to get an opportunity to see you again.
Thank you, Jeannie. Mark?
Tom, I think my enduring memory of you is going to be you are sitting up at the dais during a council meeting, answering questions, looking up statutes, giving us alternatives all at the same time. I find that to be a remarkable skill. I gave up the practice of law many years ago, and watching you do this has confirmed the wisdom of my choice. So I wish you the best. I hope there's actually less stress in the job than we're always putting on you in your new job. And the best of luck. Be well. And one question. I hadn't realized that you were from the Eastern District and had been in New York. Can you still curse like a New Yorker?
I take the fifth.
Spoken like a true attorney, Tom. I'll take my turn and say thank you very much for all your years of service. You were the one who oriented me when I first got appointed to planning board. So as far as the face of the city goes, you were the first one I officially saw and taught me what I could and should and shouldn't do. So thank you for that. And of course, for the next decade that I've had the chance to work with you. You are an excellent attorney. And as everyone has said, you have one of the most outstanding work ethics of anyone I've ever worked with. I was able to call you in the evenings, on the weekends, or during the work week and know that you would pick up. And that was a great source of comfort. So congratulations on your new career move and best of luck. And as Junie said, when you come back to Boulder, let us know so we can all get together with you. Thank you again.
Thank you, Sam. Thank you, everyone.
Thanks, Tom. And with that, we will turn to Councilmember Brockett, who will present a declaration in honor of David Gear. Aaron?
All right. Well, it is a great honor to be able to read this declaration for David. I'll just mention that when I was appointed to planning board 10 odd years ago, David was the planning board attorney, and I have benefited from his wise and sagacious advice the whole time ever since. So it's been 10 good years. So let's launch into the declaration here. All right, declaration in honor of Chief Deputy City Attorney David Gear's service to the city of Boulder, June 15th, 2021. After over 30 years of service to the city of Boulder, David Gear will be retiring on June 30th, 2021. After joining the city attorney's office as an entry-level attorney in 1990, David's role in the office grew in scope and responsibility, including positions of assistant and senior assistant city attorney, deputy city attorney, and chief deputy city attorney. And David also served as interim city attorney in 2010 and interim planning director in 2017. Over those years, David advised and provided leadership to the city on a wide variety of important initiatives and projects, including the exploration of alternatives to fund the library, the Long's Garden Conservation Easement acquisition, the Valmont Butte cleanup efforts, the development of the St. Julian Hotel and Parking Project, election reform efforts, and the community culture and safety tax, to name just a few. Provided legal counsel to many planning initiatives in the city, including numerous Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan updates, the Alpine Balsam Vision and Area Plans, the North Boulder Subcommunity Plan, the Transit Village Area Plan, numerous planning efforts in the Boulder Valley Regional Center, and supporting intergovernmental agreements and implementation plans. Participation in numerous projects that support city goals to provide affordable housing in the community and to provide shelter and services to persons experiencing homelessness. Provided guidance to efforts supporting downtown Boulder and the Hill, most recently with the Hill Hotel redevelopment. Attended numerous meetings, drafted countless contracts and ordinances, and worked to find equitable outcomes for many problems and disputes. Served as legal advisor to the Landmarks Board and Planning Board. Project lead on the city's climate municipalization efforts and subsequent partnership with the Public Service Company. Showed leadership and humor by volunteering to host the annual Employee Vision and Values Award ceremony. Helped build and enjoyed working with departments that are full of wonderful and talented professionals. During his decades of service, David is proud of the solid and fair legal advice that he provided to city councils, boards, and commissions, especially the planning boards and landmarks boards, and city managers and staff. David has also provided advice and counsel to colleagues in all areas of the city on a wide host of topics. David is widely recognized by leaders in the community as a person of character and skill. Boulder City Attorney Tom Carr hailed him as a man of honor and integrity. Deputy City Manager Chris Meschuk said, David makes the difference in making the workplace a nice place to work. He always provides history, humor, sage advice, perspective, and forgiveness in all interactions. Mayor Sam Weaver says, David's exemplary service has enriched the city by his many years of late nights, collaboration, and work with the community. It is clear that as a resident and employee, he always kept the needs of the community at heart. Interim City Attorney Sandra Yanes says, David is the best kind of attorney, a guy who wants to make sure all ideas are heard and to be fair. David himself is modest, placing the credit for his success with the community council and the organization. Our job is to give voice to our community and council, he says. Surround yourself with good people and trust them. Listen, communicate, and trust the process. So the City Council of the City of Boulder, Colorado declares June 30th, 2021, Chief Deputy City Attorney David Gear Day, and we urge all members of our community to wish David well in his retirement.
David, with that, do you have some words you'd like to say?
Sure. Thank you very much, Aaron. That was very nice and very nice thoughts and words that you have conveyed to me. I just want to kind of acknowledge the fact that I think I came into this organization with a certain amount of humility, and I hope to be departing with a similar amount. It's a wonderful community where it's so engaged. And I have to say that over the years, the community and all of you and all of the boards and commissions have done a great job in demonstrating why humility is a good trait to have when you work in this organization. But with that said, I really look up to all 9 of you, as well as your predecessors, as the ultimate leaders, and everything that you do for the community in terms of making decisions and putting us on the right path is nothing but inspirational. So I'm again humbled that I had an opportunity to serve you as well as serve with you, and as we have tried to hopefully make Boulder a little bit better place as we move forward. So thank you so much.
Thank you, David, for sharing that. And we have a few people who'd like to say their own words. We have Bob, Junie, and Mary. Bob.
Well, David, there's 2 types of people in the world. There's nice people, and then there's lawyers. And you're one of the rare lawyers who's also nice. You're one of the kindest, most pleasant people I know. But with a sense of humor too. You always know when you get that little twinkle in your eye and that little smirk, you're about to say something that's pretty funny and pretty wise. And I am just going to miss you as a human being. I know that you'll be hanging up your gloves as a lawyer, but you'll always be nice. And I think each of us have had opportunity to interact with you, have been enriched by it. So thank you so much for being our lawyer, but also being our friend.
Thank you, Bob. Junie.
David, thank you for your service. Thank you for everything that you've done for us as a community and also as a council. I also have a special affinity for you, even though you probably didn't know that. When I was running for council, you were actually in the room giving us information on how to run for council and the different rules. And I remember there were times I was really scared. And I won. And for some reason, everyone who I met along the way during my race, I have a special affinity for, and you are one of them. So I wish you best of luck in the future and enjoy your retirement, your time off, and I look forward to seeing you if you're still around Boulder. Thanks.
Thank you, Junie. Mary.
So David lives pretty close to where we live. And throughout the pandemic, I would run into David and his wife, Rachel, walking, and we'd say hello. And then sometimes even twice on the same walk, we'd run into each other. So I'm assuming that we were doing the same loop in the neighborhood. And my husband and I called that loop the Hooten Weaver loop, because it goes by Edie Hooten's house and by Sam Weaver's house. So in honor of David's retirement, we have renamed that loop the Gear Loop. So I hope to run into you often on the beloved Gear Loop and see you and Rachel smiling away, enjoying the fresh air.
Thank you, Mary.
Thanks, Mary. Rachel.
Thanks, Sam. David, as I was listening to Aaron read, he mentioned, I think, planning, redevelopments, building codes, landmarks, and annexations, and all of that in Boulder, where it's suffice it to say, those are intense topics. They are also, in my experience as an attorney, in addition to being intense, very rigorous, very detailed, and very dull. So I want to say, I think you deserve more than even although I like what Mary just did, she named a route after you, and we've named a day after you. I feel like maybe you should be sainted or something like that, because what you've done for the city for decades is pretty incredible. So I am grateful, and I've enjoyed working with you recently on a small annexation issue. So you will be missed there and throughout the organization, and I thank you for all your service.
Thank you.
Thanks, Rachel. Mirabai.
David, I just wanted to say that you were always one of my favorite people. Again, I know I didn't speak with you all that often, but your personality just shines through. You're just, again, like kind of what Bob said, you have a kindness about you and a humility that is probably to be learned by many others, including myself. And it's just appreciated. And 30 years is incredible. So thank you for giving your life's work to Boulder. I don't think we could ever pay you back for that. So we wish you the absolute best moving forward.
Thank you, Mirabai.
Thanks, Mirabai. Adam.
Yeah, David, as several of us have alluded to, you're kind of a by the numbers guy, and by the numbers, you've been serving almost as long as I've been alive, and you've been serving almost collectively as long as all of us have been on council together, like number of years in total. So none of us can live up to that level of commitment. You have far outshined what any of us can possibly do. So thank you so much for everything you've done, and the city is forever indebted.
Thank you, Adam.
Thanks, Adam. Mark.
David, I think it's extraordinary that you've managed to do this for 30 years. And perhaps even more extraordinary that you've been able to do it for 30 years with good humor and grace. Not to mention an extraordinarily high level of competence and skill. I think this council and this city are going to be somewhat diminished by your absence. On a personal level, we're going to miss you, and I hope you've got some good plans for the future.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. Aaron.
Well, I already said a few words, but I just couldn't resist just a final thank you and best of luck with your next steps, David. I look forward to still seeing you around town, though.
I look forward to that as well. And I guess in closing, just in terms of the theme that Bob Yates brought up, and I would say present company of lawyers excluded. I don't know why 90% of the lawyers make the rest of us look bad.
So David, I can't let you go without a few words on my part as well. I think what I most admire about you and would like to emulate is your ability to find the good in other people. I think one of the reasons why everyone admires you so much is you can see the light in everyone, and that is a great characteristic. I'd also say that I first cut my teeth serving with you while I was on planning board, and your knowledge of how things came to be in Boulder and where things are going always helped guide us both on planning board and on council, because you were kind of the keeper of the flame of the context of all of our land use regulations. And as others have alluded, land use in Boulder is a contact sport, and you played in there full contact, and we're all the better for it. So thank you for your many, many years of service, and I look forward to seeing you around the neighborhood as well.
Perhaps on the loop, Sam. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you all. Okay, well, with that happy note, Alicia, what do we, I think before we go next, I want to turn to Brenda. And Brenda Rittenauer is going to talk with us about the meeting rules for the next phase of the meeting. Brenda?
Thank you, Sam. So I have slides to share, and in line with the ongoing conversation that we've all been having together since the retreat, we have adjusted these slides a little bit. So you'll be seeing new slides this evening addressing what we're hoping to see for helping create and maintain a productive atmosphere in these meetings. Are you seeing the full slides, Sam, or are you seeing the presenter view?
I'm seeing you right now.
You're seeing me because I haven't shared yet. That would be why. Let me try that one again. How about that?
It looks like it's coming up. There it is. Yep.
Great, thank you. So, so the city has engaged with community members to co-create a vision for productive, meaningful, and inclusive civic conversations. This vision supports what we see as physical and emotional safety for community members, staff, and council, as well as supporting democracy for people of all ages, identities, lived experiences, and political perspectives. We have more information about this full vision, as well as the rules of decorum that are in the Boulder Revised Code on the participate page on the City Council page. A link is here, but to find that, if you're looking at it online right now, you would go to bouldercolorado.gov, click on City Council, and then click on the participate button from that page. The following are some examples of those rules that are found in the full rules of decorum, as well as items that are supported in that vision that we want to highlight for you tonight. And these will be upheld tonight during our meeting. All remarks and testimony shall be limited to matters related to city business. No participant shall make threats or use other forms of intimidation against any person. Obscenity, dehumanizing language, racial epithets, and other speech and behavior that disrupts or otherwise impedes the ability to conduct the meeting are prohibited. And participants are required to sign up to speak using the name they are commonly known by, and individuals must display their whole name before being allowed to speak online. If you need help changing your name, I can help you with that. Just reach out to me in the Q&A box. Currently, only audio testimony and pre-submitted slides are permitted online. So thank you. We know this is a slightly different way to look at these rules than we've had before, and we hope that it enhances both the productivity as well as the inclusion of our meetings. Thank you.
Thank you, Brenda. It's much appreciated. And with that, we will move into the open comment period of the evening. We have 5 speakers signed up tonight. The first 3 are Evan Rabbits, Lynn Siegel, and Timothy Thomas. Evan, you are up when you're ready.
Hi. No wonder council loves its lying lawyers when they're leaving. What City Hall needs is a good exorcism. The motto of the Washington Post is, "Democracy dies in darkness." It's also the practice of this city government. Here are 5 examples of your secrecy and manipulation. The city is actually being sued for colluding with the county to deny public hearings on the Rocky Mountain Greenway, also known as the Plutonium Pathway. The city negotiated the new franchise with Excel in the dark in gross violation of the city charter. The result is full of holes, and we hope the Public Utilities Commission will stop it. Former city manager Jane Brodigam at least took responsibility for making a Trump opportunity zone out of East Boulder behind the public's back. Longtime former city councilman Steve Pomerantz says the city, quote, went dark, unquote, over 2 years ago about the online petition software, refusing the city elections working group request for a technical working group. The system was designed by Tom Carr, apparently, contrary to 3 recommendations of the working group and civic groups. And the result is that over 1,200 people were unable to use the system, and 2 of 3 campaigns decided to use paper petitions instead. Number 5, there was no public hearing on the $2.7 million in the new budget to hire extra cops and rangers to sweep the homeless from misery to misery like garbage, while Denver and Longmont have stepped up and spent a fraction of that on 4 legal camps for the homeless. Boulder needs new council candidates to step up and bring sunshine into this dismal swamp.
Thank you, Evan. Next, we have Lynn Siegel, Timothy Thomas, and Lisa Spalding. And for open comment, the time limit will be 2 minutes. Lynn, you are up when you're ready.
My sentiments exactly with Evan. Good riddance, Tom. And my only regret is that he's going to Washington County, which unfortunately my son just bought a home in Lake Oswego, and the western portion of Lake Oswego is in Washington County. Dang, I hate when that happens. He's in Multnomah, and Portland's in Clackamas. So Tom's gonna go do his damage there. I remember also we lost the movie theater at the Daily Camera. Evan forgot to mention that. Now, I hate to be the curmudgeon, but it seems like I can never get my point across enough, so I just keep on saying it, and that's what I'll just have to keep doing. Waterview, East Point Marpa, 30th and Valmont, East Boulder Working Group, 17th Street, the condos with the electric elevator, Balsam, the Balsam, Alpine Balsam, the Crown and Glory CU South. These are all just called growth for the sake of growth. And Gun Barrel now with intra-urban sprawl, as distinct from inter-urban sprawl, which is where you send it out, you know, the in lieu of our affordable housing goes to the L's or to Kansas or anywhere, but not in Boulder. But now we get the in lieu in Gun Barrel, and Gun Barrel's not happy. They don't have the infrastructure, and they're the other stepsister that, you know, the bad annexation that we can't handle, and that caused a lot of commuting and transportation issues. The Hill Hotel, the CU Conference Center, Waterview, all these places. You know, let's go to the choice we have today on the consent agenda 4A. There's 177 workforce apartments.
Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Lynn. Your time is up. Appreciate your commentary. Next, we have Timothy Thomas, Lisa Spalding, and Patrick Murphy. Timothy?
Tim Thomas, Boulder, Colorado. I've lived in Boulder for over 28 years. First of all, I'm surprised that the open comment does not include video as well as audio of those who come to speak before you. As I mentioned before in earlier emails, Denver School Board does allow video, and I suggested that someone from the city attorney's office contact someone from the Denver School Board to see how they were able to do it. I've heard nothing back on that. I'm here to talk to you about the intersection of CU South, racial equity, and sustainability. As many viewers know, CU is proposing to build hundreds of housing units to be occupied by faculty and staff of all races and income levels in South Boulder. Currently, the average home in Boulder is in the high 6 figures, and for detached homes, the average price is well over $1 million. It is no wonder that CU is desperate to build this housing. Yet there is organized resistance in the community to this project, especially by Plan Boulder. We claim as a very liberal city to be socially just and protectors of the environment. Unfortunately, the organized opposition to this undertaking shows that many in our community do not understand how promoting racial equity goes hand in hand with environmental protection. Tens of thousands of commuters come into Boulder each day to work at CU and the federal labs, but also to work in restaurants and retail shops. They are a diverse population. When we force a diverse group of Boulder workers to live farther and farther away, vehicle miles traveled increases, and so does air pollution, and racial segregation is also increased. Why would members of our community oppose this project?
Thank you, Timothy. Next, we have Lisa Spalding and Patrick Murphy. Lisa?
Lisa Spalding, speaking for Plan Boulder. Plan Boulder County urges you to remove Ordinance 8469 from your consent agenda this evening in order to discuss Community Benefit Phase 2 in more depth. We support Planning Board's decision to deny the ordinance as written and agree with the reasons enumerated in their motion. We also support Member Wallach's hotline post and agree with his concerns. The problems with this ordinance are far too serious to be dealt with on second reading. How would the public even begin to comment on an ordinance this complex? We commend your work on Community Benefit Phase 1. You created an effective program to increase affordable housing, Boulder's most important community benefit. This ordinance would divert the inclusionary housing portion of linkage fees for bonus commercial space, which rose to 43% under Phase 1, to a tiny amount of space that would serve a handful of businesses at best. The eligibility criteria for businesses is far too broad, and the proposal to allow landlords to choose their own tenants could be easily manipulated. We are concerned that nonprofits and arts groups would not be able to afford the below market rate rent, especially after build-out costs and the portion of the property taxes, property insurance, and maintenance fees included in Boulder's ubiquitous triple net leases. Density modifications and other land use changes should be removed and dealt with separately. They raise serious questions about density and open space, which cannot be given a full critical appraisal in the context of this ordinance. In place of the program under consideration, we recommend an evergreen fund that would charge an annual fee on bonus commercial space. It would be difficult to structure a one-time payment of cash in lieu that would provide an equitable benefit for the community. We support staff's creation of Ordinance 8471 to deal with Appendix J and request that the sunset be extended to January 1st, 2022, and include an exemption for bonus space requests in lower density residential and any other inappropriate zone. We believe it would be possible.
Thank you. Your time is up. Appreciate your input. And then finally, we have Patrick Murphy.
I'm waiting for the PowerPoint. My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. Actually, if you check through the emails I've sent to City Council since January, my name was replaced with BDC 4C1DE 08 E37 49 F2B. Well, that's part of it anyway. Thankfully, that issue has been resolved, but additional issues remain. The auto reply falsely states that nothing is redacted. And in fact, graphics like bar graphs and pie diagrams are deleted and thus redacted. Slide 2. Issue 3. The ability to filter letters to council and download them is also a fail. Slide 2, please. Why am I the beta tester? This reminds me of the city attorney's response when I asked him, with witnesses, why the negative muni outcomes at the PUC were ignored and only a positive spin was provided to the public. Back to slide 2, please. His response was a chuckle and a statement that the city didn't have to, since that's what I provided. The arrogance and attitude of transparency, only if we wade through the propaganda, hopefully ends with a change in leadership attitude. Slide 3. Back to my real issue, that some on city council rightfully call existential. climate change. The headline in the Sunday Camera was City to Adjust Climate Approach. Thank God. I read the article. Back to slide 3, please. I read the article. Some was good and some was mental gymnastics without the clarity of real action. In other words, a bit of hot air. Slide 4. Remember that the leaders of the current effort are the same people who spent 60 to 100% of their time on the Muni instead of actual carbon reduction like they should have. I'm skeptical for good reason. You should be too. We're 10 years behind. Solar incentives, wind incentives, renewable energy certificates, and energy use reduction. Give us LEDs to start.
Thank you, Patrick. And with that, we will close public comment, and I will turn to staff and see if there's any response. I see shaking head from Nuria. Anything from city attorney? Great, seeing nothing, turn to council. Council, any response to our open comments? Okay, seeing none. Alicia, you want to take us to the next item?
All right, all those testy buttons you got to pick. My apologies. Next, sir, we have our consent agenda for tonight, and that includes items A through J.
Very good. And before we get started down there, I see Commander Weinheimer's hand up. Commander, did you have anything you wanted to say? Is that a errant hand, or there you are?
That was an errant hand. My apologies.
Okay, no problem. So, Aaron.
Thought I'd follow an errant hand with an errant hand. So just before we get into the one by ones, I sent out an email this afternoon about item C, which was the amending the council rules of procedures and such. We got some significant additional amendments to those this afternoon. And I was just going to propose that we remove this from the consent agenda for tonight, just so that we have time to consider those other changes and come back to this in July and August. Or August.
Very good. Rachel?
I will say that I didn't even see that email come through yet. So I would support what Aaron's saying, because I would not have prepared them tonight.
Very good. So we have a couple folks who have spoken up on pulling item C from the consent agenda and rescheduling it at CAC. Mark?
Yeah, I will jump on that bandwagon as well.
Great. And I'll just ask, does anyone object to rescheduling item C to a future meeting? I do not see any objections. So Aaron, thanks for bringing that up. We will go ahead and do that. All of council would like to see this pulled and rescheduled. So we'll proceed with the consent agenda tonight without item C on it. And then on item D, I think we're going to turn to staff and see if somebody can walk us through briefly how we picked the folks who we're going to appoint for the CU South Planning Board hearing.
I will ask staff and defer to them to step up and share.
Thank you, Nuria. Jacob here from Planning and Development Services. Well, without going into extreme detail, I will just say that the process of appointing alternates for the planning board is a prescribed process that goes backward in time on the basis of previous board members. And in this case, there were board members who were excluded in the selection process due to their affiliation with the university, so that they were in fact recused from the process. So that is the order in which we are proceeding. Members who were previously on the board, excluding those who may be recused. And that process is being followed accordingly.
Very good.
And I'm happy to answer questions as follow-up.
Great. Thanks, Jacob. And I'll just put a little more context on it. There are two current members of the planning board who have conflicts because of their affiliation with CU. So we have gone to replace them according to our process. It is technically a mayor's appointment, but it's prescribed in council rules. So we're just bringing it up here, making sure the public knows that there will be these replacements and getting council input if there is any. So any other council? Aaron?
And just for the public, the two members who are coming back are Brian Bowen and Crystal Gray.
Thank you, Aaron. Okay, with that, we will move on. I believe the next item, oh, Adam, sorry.
Sorry, you may be talking about what I'm going to talk about, but I want to talk about 3F real quick.
That's what I was going to bring us to. So why don't you go ahead? No, go ahead. We just
Okay.
have time set aside for it.
Sure, I have some concerns, and I wanted to see where the rest of the council was at as far as, I don't know if we need to pull it completely from the consent, but maybe even a brief discussion about some of those concerns would be beneficial.
That's very important, Adam. Thanks for bringing it up. I'll just kick us off here on this as well. Obviously, Adam brought it up. Other council members have brought this up. This item, which is community benefit, this is first reading of the community benefit ordinance for phase 2. There's 2 items here officially. One is about implementing the community benefit phase 2 program. The other is about lifting Appendix J, which is a moratorium on the ability to apply for extra height or extra density. The concern from the planning board involved a lot of the specific details around the community benefit program. And so we wanted to take some time tonight to talk about what we want to do as far as direction, so that this is first reading. Second reading is scheduled for July 13th. And CAC thought it would be important for council to weigh in kind of on the direction we want staff to go, so that we will have things ready for a public discussion on July 13th. So that's the context. I'll turn to Mark. Mark?
Yeah, I mean, if any of you had the misfortune to read my hotline post, you'll know that I'm a very deep skeptic about this program. Not in its entirety. I think the joint view of staff and planning board with respect to Appendix J is something we could implement by itself, and I think is something that's worth doing. But as far as the community benefit program itself goes, I think it's just badly undercooked. I just don't think we know enough about what its impacts are going to be. I don't think we know enough about how it's going to be working in practicality. I don't know if the kinds of economics that are involved at 75% of market rate rentals are going to be sufficiently attractive that they can be accessed by most of our social services organizations and arts organizations. And I think to design a program intended to help those groups in particular that may not help any of them, because even at 75%, the rent may be too high, is just not a productive use of staff time or council time. I have no problem if staff wants to continue to pursue this and think it through and try to get some substantial backup for some of the things that they are proposing, but at the moment, I just don't see that it's there. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. We got Bob, Rachel, and Mary. Bob.
Well, first of all, I just wanted to thank staff for all the hard work on this. I know this was a tremendous amount. There's a lot of math involved in all of this, but there was a tremendous amount of economic analysis and a lot of work to put together a very complicated proposal. And I don't think this has ever been done before anywhere. So I know we're kind of making this up. And I know that staff brought this to us, I don't know, 3 or 4 months ago. And we gave you the green light to work on it more. And this is the product. But as Mark has said, and I agree with Adam and Sam with their concerns, this is probably something that just, quite frankly, is not ready to go forward now. Maybe it'll be ready to go forward in a year. Maybe we need to change gears. We already have an affordable commercial community benefit, and affordable housing community benefit, and that's something we put in place about a year and a half ago. And that one I think we're all happy about. This commercial one seems to be maybe not ready for prime time. And we've talked about other community benefits, things like art and culture and those types of things that might be better substitutes than the commercial, affordable commercial. So I would concur with my colleagues that this is something that we can probably pull for now and not complete in this council. I would like to see the moratorium expire when it's naturally supposed to expire on August 31 of this year. And then let's just put this on the work plan for the next council And that council can decide if it would like to bring forward either affordable commercial, if that's the will of that council, or perhaps shift gears and look at other community benefit in addition to the affordable housing that we already have in place. So that's where I'm going to be.
Thanks, Bob, Rachel, Mary, and then I'll go.
Thanks, Sam. So I guess can I ask a question of staff? One thing I'm wondering is, with community benefits, we obviously want to be getting benefits that we seek with the community. And so I had asked probably a year ago, like, how many people have used the affordable housing phase 1 community benefit? How many have applied for it and had that greenlit? Maybe Jacob answer that.
Well, thank you, Rachel. I do not know the answer to that question about in terms of how many people have actually utilized phase 1 community benefit. I would look to either Charles Farrow, Carl Geiler on my staff, or our community vitality staff to answer that question. And I see Charles coming on as well.
Yeah, thanks very much for the question. Rachel, I can think of one off the top of my head that's recently been approved that took advantage of additional height through the phase 1 community benefit program. So that's the Rally software project redevelopment that Boulder Housing Partners just recently got approved earlier this spring.
Okay, thanks for that.
And I'll add the Hill Hotel is also subject to the phase 1 community benefit regulations.
Okay, awesome. I guess I just want to make sure that we're structuring these programs in a way that they actually are usable by the entities that we want to use them, so we get the community benefit. So Bob said we're all happy with phase 1, and I guess my jury's a little bit still out because I don't know how much we would have expected people to use phase 1. So maybe when this comes back, I would be curious, to do some maybe outreach and find out, is that working? Is it being used as much as people wanted? Or how could we have done that differently to shore up its use as we look at, again, it sounds like the will of council is going to be to kind of put a pin in this phase 2. And which I want to make sure that it's just a temporary pin, because affordable housing is not our only issue, and the benefits that we're going for with phase 2 I think are very important. And so I would hope that we structure this in a way. I think 8 out of 9 current council members and the previous council all wanted this phase 2 of community benefits to happen. So how do we make sure that we do get back to it is maybe just a procedural question. And then I agree with Bob. I would want the moratorium to still expire in August. So I think that's consent agenda item F2. I would scrap the 8471. Thanks.
Thanks, Rachel. Mary, and then I'll go, and then Adam. Mary.
Thanks, Sam. So after Mark raised all his points in the hotline post the other day, I read through the memo carefully and then thought about it. And what I think we're doing here, fundamentally, we're violating one of our city policies, and that is to use one-time funds for one-time expenses. What we're trying to do here is exact some money from a developer one time in form of the cash in lieu option, and then use it for payment to keep a affordable commercial space affordable in an ongoing manner. So I think that's one of the difficulties. Another one of the difficulties that I think is part of why it's so difficult is that it's a very dispersed, it would be a very dispersed program. So to manage all of the affordable commercial, it would be the same problem as we find with managing the on-site affordable housing, which is another thing that we always hear from the community is, why don't we have the on-site affordable housing? And we don't, partly because it is expensive and difficult to manage dispersed properties. So that's another issue that I see. And then also to Mark's point about the 50% or 75% rent is still really high. And then you have all of the additional expenses. And it's fundamentally, I think, just really hard to make a space affordable in a brand new building. So that made me think about Jane Jacobs and what she wrote in Life and Death of Great American Cities, where she writes a chapter on old buildings and the functions of old buildings and how they are, they serve those businesses and organizations that don't have as much money. And so it really made me think, as I've been, I have worked at a couple of nonprofits that were the beneficiaries of old buildings that were rented at a reduced cost by the property owners. And there's quite a few property owners that have quite a few properties, and they will oftentimes rent some of their spaces for below market. So that is how our affordable commercial manifests itself currently. And one of the things I'd like to put on the table tonight is for us to consider, instead of trying to shoehorn affordable commercial in a brand new building, let's see if we could instead create a fund that would then help these organizations that get that reduced rental space from benevolent property owners to do tenant finishes. So that's one proposal. I agree with everyone who has said that this ordinance needs to be scrapped. It's really complicated, it's convoluted, and I haven't really heard of anybody who really likes it. And the other thing, I just wanted to mention that the difficulty in not getting a whole bunch of takes on the affordable housing community benefit is Appendix J. So whatever we do, I would hope that we take a direction that will allow us to lift Appendix J and therefore then begin to get more takers on the affordable housing community benefit. That's all I have for now.
Great. Thank you, Mary. And I'll jump in here and say also thank you to staff, especially Carl. I know you put a ton of work into this. It is, as Bob said, one of the first times that any city has tried to implement this, and the complexity almost certainly is because there's so many competing interests, the developers themselves, the potential users, and then trying to design a program that fits all of the circumstances we can envision is super hard. So what I'm going to propose follows on similarly with Mary. I would propose that we make sure that new commercial developments that seek additional height or additional density above by right contribute to a fund that could be either the Affordable Housing Fund or one like Mary described, which is intended to fund, whether it's tenant finishes or rent support for nonprofits, some way to help nonprofits be able to afford to operate here in Boulder. So I think the most important thing to decide is the funding source. So what I would propose is that staff come to us on July 13th with a proposal for all commercial developments that has the same kind of excess charge for height and density that current housing and mixed use projects do, so that there's a commercial linkage fee for the whole property, and then whichever part is commercial that goes above height or density pays extra, and that extra money then goes into a community benefit commercial fund. And as Mary described, those uses of funds are something that I think I'd like staff to think about how best to use that money and go out to the community and hear from them about the best way to use the fund. But I think in order to lift Appendix J, we need to make sure that there is a level fee playing field so that the funding that we get from all development that's above a by right size or density contributes that excess to the community benefit fund, and we can figure out how to use that. So for me, I also want to see Appendix J expire at the end of August, like Bob and Mary have said. But I think the one thing that I'd like to see before we proceed to let that expire is that all projects that are above by right height or density are paying the community benefit fund that right now housing is. And that could go into affordable housing fund if council desired, or from my perspective, it could go into a new kind of community benefit fund that does what Mary described. But I think if we get the funding collection right, we can let Appendix J expire and a future council can work on the program design there. So those are my thoughts. Next, we have Adam, Aaron, Mirabai, and Rachel. Adam.
I share many of the same ideas as all of you have. I agree. I don't want to keep extending Appendix J moratorium. That was supposed to be probably a lot more temporary than it ended up being. So that's one issue. If we need a stopgap measure, we could just say temporarily that everything, we essentially just have to match the same requirements as for the affordable housing that we ask right now. And then over time, we can add a commercial aspect to that, because I really do like the idea of a grant program with probably like a diverse board that is in charge of giving out those grants. And yeah, that's following along with a lot of other people here. I think just simplicity is really important. I certainly want something in place before we open up Appendix J. I don't want to extend Appendix J anymore. So like I said, if we need a stopgap, let's just do that. It'd be great if we didn't have to shove this to another council. I want them to have some time to do something they want to do too, but you know, happens.
Thanks, Adam. Aaron, Mirabai, and Rachel. Aaron.
Yeah, well, I support doing something potentially simpler than where we're at with the first reading ordinance. It is quite complicated. Sam, something like what you were talking about, could be a straightforward way to go. I do think it's a little unfortunate though that, staff has worked super hard on this, right? Carl and Charles and all the rest of your department. I know you've worked long hours to craft a kind of first ever program that is quite complicated, but I think it kind of had to be. So I just want to register first a thank you to all that work, and I think we did give a kind of second green light to this back a few months ago. So I think it's unfortunate to not carry that forward, I guess. But if a future council wanted to take this back up separately, the work could be picked back up if a future council wanted to do that. Just the other thing I want to say is that I think it's important to kind of register officially in our code that there are other forms of community benefit that our community needs and is improved by, in addition to affordable housing. Obviously, affordable housing is an extraordinary need for us in our community. But our nonprofits who do such good work in town struggle to stay afloat and stay in town and to afford office space and others. And many of our arts organizations do as well. We'll make do with a desk or two in some corner somewhere in order to keep the kind of magnificent performing arts that we have in our community going. So I want to make sure that we recognize that. As what Sam described, if we started setting up a fund that could assist some of those organizations, I think it's a potential next step. I just want to make sure that we make it clear that we do get community benefit from those other organizations, and at least enshrine that at least a little bit in this step that we're taking, whatever the will of council is right now, and then maybe we can pick it back up to do more later. And I also, like others, I think the moratorium should lapse in August. Keep in mind that any project that wants to build above the by right height limit would still need to comply with the phase 1 requirements until we do something additional for phase 2. So, hopefully we'll come up with something, in July for phase 2. But it's not like if we let it lapse in August that there'll be some hole that we have to plug where people can do a project that doesn't have any community benefit requirements. So I would like us to not move that delay forward of the Appendix J expiration.
Thank you, Aaron. Mirabai, Rachel, and Mark. Mirabai.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, first off, thank you to staff for all the hard work. I know that probably took a lot of time and energy. I do feel similarly to many of my colleagues, especially about part 2 on this. So I support taking it off and looking at it further. I have not supported letting go of Appendix J in August, just because I don't personally think that it's protected enough with the height issue, but I know that that's probably not going to be the will of council and can accept that. So just make it quick and easy that I support taking this off.
Thank you, Mirabai. Rachel and Mark. Rachel.
Yeah, Aaron actually got to most of what I wanted to say, which was really rather than thank you to staff, I'm sorry to staff. Like I think we asked for a very complicated ordinance here, and you know, like when we last discussed this, we talked about, you know, in lieu, and we were very, you know, specific that we wanted things that were on site, and it wasn't going to be good enough to have a fund, you know, and things. And so I think we're sort of going back, and if I look through a tipped in report lens, I could imagine this is very frustrating to staff. And so I just want to say, I'm sorry for the frustration. I'm sorry that we're changing direction. I think we're trying to get to a good outcome. We're very grateful for all the work that you did. I can't explain exactly what has happened, but I can imagine that it's you know, people, some of you may want to throw things when you hang up this call, and we appreciate you hanging with us, and sorry for changing direction.
Thank you, Rachel. Mark, and then Mary. Mark.
I have a comment and a question. The comment is basically building on what Rachel said. I want to apologize to staff. I think we put you in a relatively untenable position and did not provide enough structure and guidance to make this a reasonable ask. We simply said, you know, design it. And I don't think we had looked at some of the implications of doing this and the difficulties of doing this, how it would affect the development community, how it would affect the businesses. And I am sorry that we did so and were unable to give you better guidance and in effect put you to the task of spending this much time. And I do thank you for those efforts. And I'm sorry that in effect that we contributed to the situation that we're in. My question is with respect to Appendix J. If we are simply moving forward on Appendix J, both planning board and staff had indicated that they would provide or suggest some clarifying language with respect to where the height requests could be located. And it's probably belt and suspenders language, but my question is, can that language be part of a termination of Appendix J within the August timeframe? Is there any reason under the circumstances, if we're not going forward with the rest of the community benefit package, that we could not have all of that done by August?
So Mark, I'll just briefly respond to that. And first of all, I'll offer a thank you to the council members who have expressed your sympathy to the staff. I do believe that the staff have faithfully executed the request that was given to them. And know that is heard loud and clear, and thank you. And in response to that, yes, staff have prepared both an analysis of the zones that are affected and those that will remain unchanged. We have mapped those zones, and to be clear, many of the residential zones, including the RL zones, are still subject to the existing requirements for site review, and that they are unchanged regardless of the actions that you take. There will not be 55-foot office buildings in the RL zones. To be very clear about that, staff have the supporting evidence for that, and we can present those things to council. And I believe that we would be able to do that by the August meeting. And for further clarification, I would refer this to Carl if you'd like to add anything. I'll hand it over to you.
Sure. Thank you for the question. We did include language in Ordinance 8469 that made it clear that there are certain zones where the community benefit program would not be applicable. we could certainly transfer some of that language to the Appendix J ordinance or revise Appendix J to leave those areas out. Another option could be to add that language in as part of the site review criteria update that we're hoping to work on and conclude in the coming months. So it's definitely on our mind. We don't normally see height modifications in these zones anyway, but I appreciate that there's a desire to leave certain zones out.
Okay. And all of this can be done, as I understand it, by August. I mean, if we're divorcing this from the more difficult conversation on community benefit, this can all be done. We no longer have to wait till January 1, 2022 in order for us to expeditiously address Appendix J.
I mean, I think it depends on the direction of council tonight. We certainly could create an alternative ordinance that might address some of these concerns and include that language, that when we discuss the matter on July 13th, it could be a first reading of an alternative ordinance. And if the council is interested, it's certainly an option that we could try to address the in lieu contribution issue and some of the level of complication in the ordinance. As the mayor had requested or proposed, we could make some modifications to the ordinance and bring an alternative ordinance that could be considered on the 13th.
And I think I would also add that in consultation with the city attorney's office recently, we feel like there's a solution that we can probably bring forward with relative ease.
Okay.
Great. And Mark, if I could just colloquy on that. Charles, your answer, I just want to make sure I understood it. If we give you direction to create something along the lines of what Mary suggested and I talked about as well, for a fund that receives money for community benefit from commercial development, that's something you could have ready for us to look at on the 13th?
I believe we can.
Okay, very good. Thanks. That's very helpful. Next, I will go to Mary and Junie. Mary.
Thanks, Sam. Yeah, and I wanted to extend my gratitude to staff as well. I do think that we learned a whole heck of a lot. I mean, that Kaiser Marson report is such an education in helping understand the complexity of the economics to make something like this work. So I do think that it was worthwhile. But I would like to have us move in a simpler direction, such as Sam mentioned. And I have just, a little bit more feedback in terms of perhaps what to see in another ordinance. On page, let's see, it is page 12 of the memo, page 99 of the packet. There's the qualifying non-residential community benefit uses. So to that, that could be part of something that we move forward with, I think. And one of the things that I saw a gap that I noticed was including the racial equity strategy. So that would be an addition to all of those community benefit uses. And then something that can be done quickly, and if we could come back and so that we can lift Appendix J by the end of August would be awesome. I also think that that working on the use tables and the site review criteria would be a better use of time if we can wrap this one up, because it really goes hand in hand very nicely with the work that the planning department has been doing. So if we could implement those, the use tables and the site review changes, that would be a huge benefit to a lot more community members. And then the other thing I wanted to just mention and remind my colleagues about is one of the call-ups tonight is the Diagonal Plaza. And the issues that the planning board raised with BC1 and BC2, and that was included in this particular memo. So I would think that that's a piece that we likely would like to move forward as well. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. Junie and then Rachel. Junie.
Thank you. I'm not sure how many of us, just from listening to the conversation, who agrees on this fund proposal programming. So Sam, I would like to maybe see a poll on that to see how many council members agree to that. And also I want to thank staff for this great, for all the research and all the work they've done. I am also not in favor of extending Appendix J. And also when I think of having a fund, it feels almost like buying height. And I'm not sure if that's the right way to go. Because I think I mentioned before, I believe it was sometimes last year, the importance, similar to when we talk about affordable housing, the importance of, you know, having diversity within, let's say, for instance, in a building, having people of different income living in that particular building as opposed to having cash in lieu. And I feel something similar when it comes to commercial as well, that having that diversity, of programmings or even businesses in certain areas is very important. And I'm just thinking that this idea of putting money in a fund could create, okay, well, you just buy the height and you put it in a fund and somehow it might benefit. And also part of it is, what are some of the perimeters around that fund? Even though I disagree with it, if council were to decide to go with this idea of funding, putting it, you know, having a program, it will be necessary to have all type of perimeters on how this money can be spent. So that's my comment for now. Thank you.
Thank you, Junie. Rachel.
I'm truly sorry to triple dip here. A question for staff. If we do like nothing, will Appendix J just lift on its own in August? Like, because we're talking about like coming back with new language and stuff. Like, my first question is, can we do nothing and it just lapses?
Yeah, it'll just lapse on August 31st.
Okay.
What would happen in that case is obviously the eligibility for height modifications would go from less than 5% of the city, which I think is one of the reasons we haven't seen many of these.
Yeah, I appreciate that point.
Projects. And it would go, you know, to citywide, and it would be the phase 1 requirements that would apply.
So it would be, we would still get community benefit. It would just be phase 1 community benefit versus if we either affirmatively lift or let it expire in August after implementing phase 2, we would also have the phase 2 options. But either way, anyone building out those extra 2 stories has to give a community benefit anywhere in the city. Correct. That is qualified when Appendix J lapses. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay. So just wanted to clarify that. And then I guess in light of that, my inclination would be that I don't think we should rush to have something new here by July 13th. We have the phase 1 guardrails, and it seems like we want to make sure that we're getting the research right on like what dollar amount to put on it. I wasn't here when you all established the fees for blanking on the term. What is the housing $35 fee?
Commercial linkage fees.
Thank you. But I remember there being, you know, some debate around that. You were looking at what I was just watching, but there was robust debate, and I just don't know that we will have the research and ability to get through that intelligently in a couple of weeks. We have a recess. I don't know, staff takes time off around that too, but I guess I would just say my inclination would be just put a pin in this short term, let Appendix J lapse, and let staff have the time. They're also working through CU South stuff right now, and other things are heated up. So I guess I'm just sensitive to, I don't know why we have to do anything next month. We're okay, I think.
Aaron?
This Mary brought up a good point about the couple of the other measures that were in here related to how density and open space is calculated in the BC zones and a couple other zones. I thought those were great common sense ideas. I'd love to see them continue to carry forward because I don't think they're definitively linked to the other bits of the community benefit stuff.
Thank you, Aaron. So I have a question for staff, and then I will try and bring us home a little bit. Carl, this is for you. So if we went ahead now and did nothing for community benefit phase 2, let Appendix J lapse, what would a all commercial project that got a height bonus, would they pay the additional community benefit fee on top of the linkage fee into the Affordable Housing Fund?
They would.
Okay, so then I guess the question I'll bring to council is really just an earmarking and funding question. We could, as Rachel suggested, just go forward, do nothing, let Appendix J lapse, and meaning that anybody could apply for height or density anywhere in the city, and then go through site review. And if they receive that height, they would pay into the Affordable Housing Fund. So that's one way forward. Do nothing, and that's what happens. The other way forward would be to take monies which are part of commercial development, which would normally be paid into the Affordable Housing Fund, and put them in a separate fund and decide how to use that at a later time. So not as part of this project, earmark it, collect it separately, and then a future council could decide that they didn't like the idea and they put it all back into the Affordable Housing Fund, or they did like the idea and implement something along the lines of what Mary described or I talked about, which is other community benefits supported. So I think those are two main branches that we could take. And if others have other ideas, I'm open to those. Otherwise, I would take a poll between those two and see where we wanted to go. And Mark, I see your hand as well.
Yeah. I think you kind of alluded to this suggestion. It seems to make some sense to me. A commercial building that asks for height has the linkage fee increased by 43% for that portion of the building that's the bonus square footage. It might make some sense to take that increased increment of linkage fee allocable to the bonus height and use that for the affordable commercial fund.
That's what I was proposing, by the way, is exactly the way you said it.
Okay, and I would be supportive of that. I'm not very, I don't really care when Appendix J expires, but I do think we ought to look at what both planning board and staff suggested with respect to that, and look to some language that clarifies exactly where those taller buildings are eligible to be applied for, and to clarify that there are some districts where they are not eligible to be applied for. And as I said, since that is a joint recommendation of both staff and planning board, I would urge us to consider that. Other than that, I don't really care the date on which Appendix J lapses. It's going to lapse in some fashion, but I think it should have that clarifying language attached to it.
And if I could offer a clarification, we want to make it clear that the ordinance before you tonight does set up an affordable commercial fund. That's where there are in lieu alternatives in the code. In order to have in lieu, you have to have an actual on-site below market rate requirement. But one way to simplify it is that it could just be made easier in the ordinance to enable applicants to do an in lieu fee contribution. So what Councilmember Wallach had suggested about that bonus going to affordable commercial, that's already a mechanism in the code if they were to do in lieu. The way it's set up in the ordinance is that if a project is more than 50% residential, phase 1 requirements automatically apply. So everything would go to Affordable Housing Fund. And if more than 50% of the floor area above the ground floor is non-residential, that would go into the affordable commercial fund. So when we suggest an alternative ordinance, we could remove that eligibility criteria and make the option for in lieu a little more obvious and simpler, but we would have to retain that below market rate space requirement to have that in lieu.
I see. That's interesting and helpful. Aaron, do you have something you'd like to say?
Just one thing on the when we're clarifying what zones you'd be allowed to ask this in, I just had to get in one detail that I noticed that RMX1 and RMX2 zones were proposed to be excluded from where you could ask for additional height. I happen to live in RMX2. There's a building across the street from me that's like 41 feet, and it has affordable housing in it because it got those extra like 6 feet. So I'd hate to remove the ability to do something like that from that zone. So I'll just put that in there for when we get back to it.
Okay, so what staff has heard from council, I think they have a sense of where we're going here. And what I would ask council for is, would you like staff to bring us an option for having the money in the commercial focused projects to go into a different community benefit pot than just affordable housing? So we don't have to decide whether we like that completely tonight. The question is, do we want to direct staff to do that? And also, similarly, do we want to direct staff to do what Mark said and what Aaron asked for clarification on, which is to specifically clarify for us and for the community which zones would and would not be eligible for the additional height when Appendix J lapses to even apply for the height. So let me just take a straw poll first and see how many are interested in staff bringing us an option which is different than all affordable housing for the bonus funding. I'm interested. Can't see my hand. Mark, Sam, Aaron, no Rachel, Bob, Adam, Mary. Okay, so that's a majority. So I think staff, if you could bring us an option for July 13th, which I think, as you described, Carl, preserves the requirement, makes it very easy to do cash in lieu into a separate fund, and we can discuss the merits or otherwise of that option. And then, Mark, do you want to talk a little more about what you're hoping for? And it can be a separable option as well, but as far as what kind of protective language you want above and beyond what's already there for asking for height in RL1 and RL2 zones.
I was simply keying off of both planning boards and what I thought was staff's recommendations with respect to Appendix J, which is to simply articulate where the height requests are eligible and where they're not. And as I understood those recommendations, there are certain residential zones where they would not be, where you could not apply for the extra height, and the rest of the city would be available for that. I thought those were reasonable suggestions. And since it's the only point of substantial agreement between the staff presentation and the planning board presentation, it seems to make some sense to me.
Okay, so Jacob, I'll turn to you and see, did you get enough from us to be able to bring something back for July 13th, or do you have any questions for council?
Well, I think we have enough, Sam, and I appreciate you and members of council giving us feedback. And I'll also just defer to Carl and Charles, but for myself, I think we have enough information to go ahead and run with this and prepare an alternative ordinance for you to look at in July. Carl, Charles, anything to add?
Yeah, I appreciate the feedback and the direction this evening. I think we have what we need, but Carl?
I totally agree. I think we have what we need.
Very good. And I've got a few more hands. I'm going to start with you, Nuria, and then we'll go to Aaron. Nuria?
Thank you, Sam. I just wanted to take a quick minute to thank you all for the conversation. There are certainly times when a project or an initiative pivots, policy discussions change. And while there is some frustration at that at times, I will say that overall, and I think I heard Rachel say this, we're all trying to get good outcomes, right? And so I wanted to just share that I appreciate so much your valuing all of staff's work and commitment. And I wanted to also just thank those that gave us feedback on this, from the planning board to the emails we received from community, because I do think it's these kinds of discussions that get us to better outcomes. And there has been a lot of learning. So just wanted to take a quick moment and thank you all for that recognition and value of staff's time and effort.
Great. Thank you, Nuria. Aaron.
Yeah, thanks, Nuria, and all the planning staff is very gracious of you for pivoting and being open to the feedback. I just wanted to try to get put another plug in for getting those other small changes to the land use code brought back as part of this ordinance. So unless council is majority opposed to that, I'd like to see that in the revision as well, please.
Thank you, Aaron. Mark?
Yeah, I don't mind if we look at it. One of my problems with where we are is that I didn't see a whole lot of context or community outreach or background with respect to those changes. And if we can have a little more time for staff to actually look into it, I'm happy to give it a consideration. Again, I am feeling very apologetic at the moment in terms of what we have done with staff. And I would say you are all owed a great number of beers purchased by council for your consumption at the next time we can see you. So thank you again.
All right. Thank you all for that. Appreciate the detour and all the thoughtful conversation. So with that, if we want to move on, the next item that we have flagged for discussion on the consent agenda is City Attorney Search Committee.
So,
Aaron, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt, Tim, but just how are you proposing that we move forward on this? Are we voting for this? I mean, what we're asking for is quite different from what's on the agenda right now, on the consent agenda. So what do you think how we should proceed?
My suggestion is that we take item F entirely off the consent agenda with our instructions to staff about what we get on first reading on July 13th. That's how I was going to propose to tie that up. Is that okay, Aaron? Does that meet your?
That sounds good. Yeah, thanks.
Okay, so we will, when we vote, we can say it, but I would propose that we're going to remove item F from the consent agenda tonight, just as we removed item C. Okay. All right. Back to City Attorney Search Committee. I'll turn to Bob and Rachel.
Thanks, Sam. And Jen Sprinkle, our HR director, also is here. And Jen, if you want to kick us off, feel free. Otherwise, I'll start us.
Good evening, Council. I'm Jen Sprinkle, HR Director, and just want to say that we've had a great opportunity to interview some outstanding semi-finalists for the city attorney recruitment process. And tonight, the subcommittee is prepared to make a recommendation to you on a couple of really well-qualified finalists. And so I'll turn it over to Rachel. She's going to say a few words and lead us through this process.
Jen, and actually Bob and I will take turns.
Okay.
Done on this subcommittee so well. So as Jen mentioned, we interviewed 5 very qualified semi-finalists for the city attorney position, and that is resulting in a subcommittee recommendation for 2 outstanding finalists. And just as a reminder to colleagues in the community, semi-finalists are not subject to open records, and their names and application materials will not be released or discussed publicly.
So I'll pick it up there. And just to clarify, when we say we interviewed 5 semifinalists, those interviews included all of council members, not obviously in the same room at the same time, but all council members had the opportunity to meet all 5 semifinalists, as did a large number of staff members, the city manager, a number of people from the city attorney's office, a number of senior staff members. And so we received input from a lot of people to narrow it down to 2 finalists that Rachel and I, as the committee, will be recommending tonight. I'll give a brief bio on one of them, and then Rachel on the other. The 2 finalists are Brina Mang and Adam Mingle. Brina has an interesting background. Currently, she is the assistant city attorney for the city of Chandler, Arizona, which is a city of about 2.5 times the size of Boulder, about 250,000. Before she was assistant city attorney in Chandler, Arizona, Brina worked here in Colorado. She was assistant county attorney with the Arapahoe County, Colorado organization, and she was, in fact, when she was doing that, she was one of the principal attorneys for the Aurora theater shooting. Before serving as assistant county attorney in Arapahoe County, Brina also served as a law clerk with the Arapahoe County District Court, and she has her law degree from the University of Denver. Rachel, do you want to talk a little bit about Adam Mingle?
Sure. Adam Mingle is a newer arrival to Colorado. He comes to us by way of Washington, D.C. He is still actually serving remotely as a general counsel for the city of Washington, D.C., which is a city of approximately 700,000. Adam works in the Department of Aging and Community Living, and he's been in that post since 2015, has been with the city for about 10 years. Previously, he worked with the Washington Metropolitan Area Transition Authority and the U.S. Department of Justice. I would say that his work experience and his passion for the types of priorities that we in Boulder hold dear, especially including equity and climate resiliency, stood out during his interviews, and we really look forward to welcoming him back as a finalist. And I want to, I'm sorry, Bob, did you want to say something else?
Go ahead.
Just want to ask, does council have any comments or feedback for the subcommittee at this point?
Thank you for all your hard work. How's that? And
so just
we're not quite done. That was just the moment that you were going to be invited. So you're ready to move us on though. So I'm hearing no specific feedback or comments. Bob?
So just a matter of process. By the way, we've given just very high level bios here. Tomorrow, the city staff will, if council approves these two finalists tonight, staff will be issuing a press release tomorrow with more information about both Brina and Adam, and then Rachel will talk in a minute about the process for the community to meet them. And so I guess from a process standpoint tonight, I would just ask that whoever moves the consent agenda also include a motion to accept Brina Meng and Adam Mingle as the finalists for the city attorney position as part of your motion on the consent agenda. And Rachel, do you want to maybe bring us on with a little bit of process for the community?
Sure. So we will invite community members to meet and provide feedback on our finalists. By meet, unfortunately, we still mean virtually. So there will be a virtual community meeting on Monday, June 21st, is next Monday, from 6 to 7:30 p.m. And at that meeting, the public will get a chance to hear from each of the finalists and ask questions, and community members who are interested in attending that event can find additional information on the city's website tomorrow. The event will include interpretation in Spanish, and we will record it and also make it available online afterwards. If you have other questions about that process, feel free to email either me or Bob Yates as the subcommittee member.
Okay, very good. Thank you guys again.
Go ahead.
I was just going to move us along here. So I think we have gone through the items that we expected to have discussion on the consent agenda. So I would invite a motion to accept the consent agenda. I would propose whoever makes the motion removes items C and F from the agenda. And then for item A, proposes and moves that Brina Meng and Adam Mingle be accepted as finalists for the city attorney position. Bob.
Yes, I'll make that motion. I move the consent agenda with the exception of items C and F, which are to be removed. And with respect to item J, I move that council declare that the finalists for the city attorney position be Brina Meng and Adam Mingle.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second, and I believe that this is a roll call vote. Is that correct, Alicia?
Yes, sir, it is.
Very good. I think we're ready to vote.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Brockett,
Aye.
Friend,
Aye.
Joseph,
Aye.
Nagel,
Aye.
Swetlick,
Yes.
Wallach,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Yates,
Yes.
and Young.
Yes.
The consent agenda, sir, was approved, removing items 3C and 3F as amended.
Excellent. Thanks very much. And I think we're ready for the next item.
All right. Next, we have on our agenda are our call-up and check-ins. We have item 4A, which is a call-up consideration of the concept plan review and comment for the redevelopment of a 9.27 acre property located at 3320 28th Street and 3265 and 3267 30th Street as a mixed-use development that includes ground floor retail along 28th Street and proposed Street A along with ground floor amenity space with upper story workforce and permanently affordable apartments. There are two options proposed. The first option includes 177 workforce apartments within 5 buildings and with 9,942 square footage of amenity space, a shared deck and a clubhouse, and 58 permanently affordable affordable apartments. The second option matches the first, but includes an additional residential units with approximately 195 workforce apartments and 64 permanently affordable apartments. It also includes a 4th story on one of the buildings with an additional roof deck, reviewed under case number LUR 2021-00011.
Thank you, Alicia. Nuria, does staff have a few words to say here?
They do, and I'll call Elaine McLaughlin to come forward.
Great, thank you so much. Yes, I'm Elaine McLaughlin. I'm case managing the concept plan review, and I'm just going to share my screen so we can go over a couple of background slides here. So as was described in the agenda, the applicant's proposing to redevelop a property that's part of the Diagonal Plaza Shopping Center. And as some of you know, there's quite a number of property owners in Diagonal Plaza. This particular one is on the west and essentially wraps around in an L shape to the back and then would connect to the BHP Diagonal Court townhomes. And so there are the two options. And as was described, one of the options actually has quite a bit of additional floor area through the Appendix J opportunity to add a 4th story. Among the considerations that were discussed at Planning Board, it's helpful to understand that the challenge with this particular proposal is that the current zoning of BC2, and I'll just go back a couple slides, rather BC1, the current zoning for BC1 has an open space requirement of 1,200 square feet of open space per dwelling unit. And so to achieve what's shown on the plan would require essentially 2/3 of the site to be open space. So obviously that is not something that would work. The applicant also brought forward some options, BMS zoning, MU4 zoning. There's some challenges with doing a rezoning on this particular property. And if council calls it up, there's some key issues and discussions to be had, a couple of different options. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Very good. So Bob, I see your hand is up. Is that a leftover or new?
No, I was going to actually make a call-up request. I don't have any questions for Elaine, so if someone has questions, I'll yield, and then I was going to make a request to call up.
Super. Anyone have any questions? Mary, I've seen your hand go up and down.
Yes, I was trying to get to the raised hand on the on the menu, but so I raised my hand. So I did. So Elaine, you mentioned that if it does get called up, there's several issues to discuss. Could you just describe those a bit, please?
Sure. So as I noted, BC1 zoning wouldn't yield the types of numbers of units, both in total as well as on-site affordable. And one of the things, the considerations that Planning Board discussed is perhaps rezoning it to BC2, where the open space per dwelling unit requirement is much less. The challenge with that is that, as we know, rezoning is fairly atypical in the city of Boulder, and it's generally based on the opportunity to have a more comprehensive look at proposal through land use and rezoning. And so in this particular case, both BC1 and BC2 have the same land use designation of community business. And so it doesn't meet one of our 6 rezoning criteria. And that's sort of an unusual aspect. So there's one conversation there. The other piece is that interest in doing an MU4 or BMS would require a comprehensive plan land use change simultaneous to a rezoning. And so that tends to lend a little bit more additional process to this. We heard quite a bit from the community about wanting to get affordable housing, particularly on-site affordable housing, without a lot of additional process. As we know, we have a pretty robust process. So the goal would be to determine if this is truly an opportunity site, as it's been viewed for a couple decades, actually, since it's a fairly undeveloped or underutilized property, a lot of vacant spaces and parking spaces. If it's intended to be an opportunity for residential, how can we get there to provide density and maximize on the opportunity that's there?
Thank you, Elaine.
Very good. Any other questions, council? Okay, seeing none, Bob, you're on.
Yeah, I'd like to call this out. This is probably one of the most consequential land use matters that this council will be called on. Probably the most consequential. As Elaine mentioned, this is a property that's been looking for a more appropriate purpose for as long as I've lived in Boulder. That's 20 years. This is a property that has struggled to be successful. Stores have come and gone. We have a massive, massive parking lot, acres of asphalt. And I am just so delighted that someone has come forward with a proposal that does something different. It'll obviously be up to council and planning board to determine whether this is the right proposal, but I want to at least have the discussion. And so I'd like to call this up, consider the zoning issues that Elaine identified, look at this from the standpoint of bulk and mass and height, and do all the things that we normally would do on a concept review of this on a project of this magnitude with over 300 potential dwelling units, or up to 300 potential dwelling units, plus another 27,000 square feet of retail space, and with affordable housing on site. So it's an intriguing project. I think it's one that we need to dig into and spend time on. So I would very much like to call this up and have a community dialogue about whether this is the appropriate use for Diagonal Plaza.
Thanks, Bob. I've got Mary and Mark. Mary?
Yeah, I agree with Bob. And to that, I would just add that, this is an area that we've talked about creating an area plan for. And so we don't have that area plan. And this particular site would be kind of a catalyst, and it sort of begins to sketch out what an area plan might have been like. So, and then additionally, with the policy issues that Elaine pointed out, if there ever was a concept plan to call up, this one is it. So I would support that.
Thanks, Mary. Mark?
I'm with both Mary and Bob on this. The property is obviously a difficult property with multiple owners, and it's a bit of an eyesore, and I would prefer to have an area plan, but I'm also loath to let the opportunity pass to address this very, very difficult piece of ground. So I would like to call it up. I'd like to have that community conversation, and hopefully we find a path forward that might serve the stated goals that we have for it, and possibly have it serve as a catalyst for the rest of Diagonal Plaza. So I'm on board.
Thanks, Mark. And I agree with all of that. I will say I will miss the acres of undulating cracked asphalt if something does go in here. But I would also, it would be fantastic if other property owners in this area would take a look at what is being proposed here and consider what they'd like to do in context, because there's certain properties that maybe should be included in redevelopment, and I would encourage the property owners to consider that as well. So with that, we have a motion, and I believe Mark and Mary, I'll count your comments as seconds to call this up. Is there anyone who's opposed to calling up this project? Great, seeing none, we will call up the concept plan for this development and move on. Alicia.
All right, sir. Thank you. Item 4B is the vacation of a 11,150 square foot water line easement and partial vacation of a 9,153 square foot portion of a water line easement located at 350 Ponca Place, ADR 2020-00178.
Any interest, council? I didn't see any, Alicia.
All right. Item 4C, vacation of an approximately 4,307 square foot public utility easement at 6400 Arapahoe Avenue. The vacation is associated with a water main relocation associated with TEC 2020-003 00033 ADR 2020-00264.
Council, any interest? I see none, Alicia.
Moving right along. 4D is the landmark alteration certificate consideration of a proposal to construct a 338 square foot accessory building, in-ground pool, retaining wall, and fence at 933 Mapleton Avenue.
Council, any interest? I see none. I think we're ready to move on.
Item 4E is the landmark alteration certificate consideration for an on-site relocation of a contributing accessory building at 406 Pearl Street.
Any interest? I see none.
All right, thank you, sir. Next, we have on our agenda the public hearings. Item 5A is a second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8466, designating a portion of the property at 96 Arapahoe Avenue as an individual landmark per section 9-11-5 of the Boulder Revised Code 1981.
And if okay with you, Mayor, we will invite Marcy Gerwin to come in and share. Certainly today is showing the strength of planning's deep bench.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. And I think I am running the slides, but I don't believe I'm sharing my screen. Please correct me if that's not the case.
Not yet.
You should have permission to share your screen now, Marcy.
Thanks, Brenda. Let's see. All right. There we go. Can you all see my slides? Seems nod side. Okay, great. All right, good evening, Council. Marcy Gerwing, Historic Preservation Planner. And tonight I'm here with a landmark designation. This one came in through the annexation process and celebrates one of Boulder's longtime local businesses, Newsom's Nursery. So to start, I'll go through the quasi-judicial public hearing process. It starts with my staff presentation, followed by the applicant's presentation, though I don't believe anyone from the ownership group September School was planning to attend tonight. The public hearing is then open for public comment, and then the owner or applicant would have a chance to respond to anything that was said. The public hearing is then closed and City Council discusses, and a motion requires an affirmative vote of at least 5 council members to pass. So the criteria for your review is found in 911.5 of the Boulder Revised Code, and that's to determine whether the designation conforms with the purposes and standards of Section 911.1 and 911.2 in preserving sites and places that are significant to Boulder's history, and also preserving significant examples of architectural styles of the past, all in balance with the Boulder Valley Comprehensive Plan. The options in front of you tonight are to approve the designation by ordinance, modify and approve, or disapprove the designation. This application started back in 2015 as part of the annexation and site review process. In 2017, we saw the changes to the building approved through a landmark alteration certificate. And then in April of 2021, the Landmarks Board voted unanimously to recommend designation. The property at 96 Arapahoe Avenue is located at the west end of Arapahoe at the mouth of Boulder County, and it is right next door to 90 Arapahoe, which is the Silver Saddle Motel, which was landmarked earlier this year and was paired in the annexation with this property. So what's interesting about this particular designation is that there are 2 examples of distinct architectural styles and periods of construction. So the first building on the site is a mid-century modern residence that was built around 1957. Has a very shallow gable roof and then large banks of windows. The second building is a stone and wood frame barn that is believed to have been built in the 1920s, and then in the 1950s, this front addition was constructed to serve as the News and Nursery office building. The building is integrated into its site as it's built into the landscape with stone retaining walls coming out on the east sides. As I mentioned, the changes to the building were approved to modify its use from a residence into the school, which September School moved here in the last couple of years from their previous location at 1902 Walnut. And the extent of the changes were pretty minor to the house, moving some windows and converting some doors. And then on the barn, those changes haven't been made yet, but it will convert the building into a classroom space. So here's a photo of Wayne Newsom. He started his landscape business when he came to Boulder as a college student, riding his bicycle around. He purchased this property in 1949 and built the house and a couple other buildings on the site. And his first main job was, or largest commission was to do the landscaping at what is now NIST, which included planting over 4,000 plants and shrubs. So going more into Newsom's history, he owned the property for over 50 years. He bought the property as a nearly empty lot and constructed the buildings on the site pretty early. In 1952, he was elected the president of the Colorado Nurserymen's Association. He had a weekly gardening advice program called Guide to Gardening in 1960, which aired on KBOL radio every Saturday. And in 1988, he won the Honorary Hall of Fame award by the Colorado Nurserymen Association. In terms of its architectural significance, the property is significant for the recognized period or style of the mid-century modern house and the agricultural barn. And then for its environmental significance, the buildings are compatible with its site, and they are visual landmarks visible from Canyon and the Boulder Creek path. So the recommended name and landmark boundary for this landmark is Newsom's Nursery, and the proposed boundary is that which the applicants proposed during the annexation, which encompasses a portion of the property. It follows the ditch easement for Anderson Ditch on the north side, and then encompasses a buffer around the barn to the south. And this is the name and boundary that staff and the Landmarks Board both recommend. And so with that, staff and the Landmarks Board recommend that the property or a portion of the property at 96 Arapahoe Avenue be designated as a local landmark. And I am happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you so much, Marcy. Any council questions? Great. Seeing none, I assume that we would move to the applicant presentation. Is there an applicant presentation or a statement from the applicant?
I do not believe they were planning on attending tonight, and I don't have a statement to read on their behalf.
Awesome. With that, I believe, is it public comment next on this?
Yes.
Good. We have one person signed up for public comment. That is Lynn Siegel. So Lynn, when you're ready, you have 3 minutes.
Yep, I approve this. Great. I came in on it at Landmarks Board in the middle or the end, but I see right away it's an easy go, which I wish that the City Council would see with all of our issues, which are not so complex. They just mean slow down in your growth. And please give people 3 minutes. You got 10 minutes today on open comment. You're supposed to have 45. That is unconscionable. Approve this Newsom Garden. It's great. Bye.
Thanks, Lynn. And with that, we will bring public comment to a close. And technically, I believe we go to the owner response to public comment, but I don't know that there will be much there. And Mary, you are muted. There you go.
Yeah, thanks. I would like to move that we adopt Ordinance 8466, designating 2 buildings and a portion of the property at 96 Arapahoe Avenue to be known as Newsom's Nursery as an individual landmark under the City of Boulder Historic Preservation Ordinance.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Very good. We have a motion and a second. Mary, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, as Lynn mentioned, this is a no-brainer. It's also going to be part of the September School, which came out of what I believe is another landmark building. If not, it should be. But so the September School is going to go there. And also the rest of the property was annexed because it was an annexation, it has over 40% of affordable housing in this area of town. So this, as a whole, this whole project is pretty wonderful. So thanks, Marcy, for your work on this. And thank you to the folks who are landmarking it.
Thanks, Mary. Aaron, any thoughts?
It's just a lovely piece of Boulder's history. I'm glad we can landmark it tonight.
Excellent. Okay. Any other comments from council? Okay, seeing none, we have a motion and a second. And Alicia, I believe this is roll call, correct?
Yes, sir. We will start with Councilmember Friend.
Aye.
Joseph.
Aye.
Nagel.
Mirabai has, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned this earlier. Mirabai had to leave the meeting because of a personal issue that arose tonight. So she is gone as of now. Thank you, Alicia.
All right, thank you, sir. Councilmember Swetnick.
Yes.
Wallach.
Aye.
Weaver.
Aye.
Yates.
Yes.
And Young.
Yes.
And Brockett.
Aye.
Ordinance 8466, sir, passed unanimously, 8-0.
8-0. All right. Thank you very much.
All right, our next public hearing is item 5B. It is the second reading and motion to adopt ordinance 8458, amending chapter 3-19, electronic smoking device tax, chapter 4-32, tobacco retailers, chapter 6-4, regulation of smoking, and 6-4.5, sale of tobacco products, and section 4-20-75, tobacco retailer license fee of the BRC 1981. This is to clarify licensing of tobacco and electronic smoking device retailers, tax on electronic smoking devices by all businesses, and setting forth related details.
And Mayor, Council will invite Joel Wagner in Finance and Kathy Haddock and the City Attorney's Office to come speak some words and share a presentation. Seeing if they are available. I know they were here.
Good evening, Council. Joel Wagner, Tax and Special Projects Manager. I believe Kathy's going to start as soon as we have a presentation up.
All right, we can see your presentation.
They may be having.
Yeah, Kathy, I can see your lips moving, but we cannot hear what you're saying. You don't appear to be muted on my screen, but we can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't have you muted, Kathy. It looks like you're off mute. So maybe your audio is connected to your headset if you normally use a headset. If you click the up arrow next to your mute button, you will see some audio settings that might help you zero in on the one that'll let us hear you.
Does that work?
Yeah, there you go.
Got it. There you are.
All right. Woohoo. I was getting a different list at first. I apologize for the delay. I am Kathy Haddock with the City Attorney's Office, and I will be talking about the legal parts of this ordinance and putting the ordinance together to correct some things that have been adopted in the past. And both Joel Wagner and Cara Skinner are here from Finance to talk about the financing part. Joel will be primarily doing the presentation has become an expert on electronic smoking devices. This ordinance is not intended to change anything, but to clarify what had previously been adopted by council. So if we could go to the second slide. The the issue with the electronic smoking devices was first addressed in 2019 to address council's concerns about youth smoking and vaping. This was done in 2019, primarily done by Tom Carr with Kristen Heiser in the Housing or Human Services Department. They drafted the original ordinance and the ballot question that was voted on by the voters in 2019. Now we have the finance department and me looking at the ordinance with the businesses, trying to figure out how to implement it. And that's where some of the confusion was discovered. As I go through describing these, the primary objection or criticism or whatever of this ordinance is the issue of whether the original electronic smoking device tax and the prohibition was intended to apply to all electronic smoking devices or just those that contain tobacco. So as I go through describing the past ordinances, I will point out where in the past the item was specifically for tobacco and where it was not limited to either tobacco, marijuana or anything else that could be put in an electronic smoking device. So in Ordinance 8340 that started this in 2019, the definition of an ESD is on the screen, and the underlying language seems to have become the issue. So the first line, any product containing or delivering nicotine intended for human consumption that can be used by an individual to simulate smoking in the delivery of nicotine or any other substance. So the argument has become, does or any other substance mean only any other tobacco substance or any other substance? Our understanding has been that it was intended to be any other substance. One of the major reasons for this is that the original ordinance 8340 had about 20 reasons listed for why council was adopting it. Many of them applied to tobacco smoking, flavored tobacco products, and other types of things, including the history of marketing of tobacco products that were aimed at youth. However, when they talked about flavored tobacco products, it specifically said flavored tobacco products were the only ones that were prohibited. There are flavored marijuana products, those were not prohibited. But when it came to talking about vaping in those reasons, there was no distinction between marijuana or tobacco. And the study referenced was to the Healthy Kids study that was about marijuana vaping by youth, middle and high schoolers in Boulder Valley schools. So next slide. Later in 2019, the council considered whether to put a tax measure on the ballot. Originally, they asked staff to put two tax measures to give the council option for two different tax measures, one for a tax on cigarettes and other tobacco products, and the other a tax on electronic smoking devices. Council eventually decided to go with the tax on electronic smoking devices. And at the hearing between second and final reading of that ordinance, I put on this slide the language change that was done. So you can see that the words tobacco products sold, not including cigarettes, was struck, and the language electronic smoking devices, including any refill cartridge or component of such a product, was what was added to the language for what was to be taxed. Next slide, please. Again, I talked a little bit about the intent, and this is a summary of some of the reasons that were given in the ordinance. And I'm not going to read all these, but the purpose of the slide is to show that while some were specific to tobacco, not all of them were, and vaping was specifically one of the vaping of marijuana was specifically one of the major concerns. That last bullet is probably the most concerning one, that the Boulder County Healthy Kids survey, which is about marijuana, shows an average 33% use among high schoolers in Boulder. At Colorado average is 26.2, and the national average is 13.2. So Boulder's well above other places. Next slide, please. A lot of confusion came with adoption of the ordinance implementing the tax after it was approved by the voters. This was Ordinance 8376, and as Tom Carr described it, not a model of clarity. And some of the confusion, I think, is related to the fact that the ordinance defines tobacco products as including everything that's covered by the ordinance, including electronic smoking devices that are not limited to tobacco. The people that are required to collect the tax are tobacco retailers. But as we'll see, there's a lot of people that sell electronic smoking devices that do not also sell tobacco. So the purpose of this ordinance is to make sure that the language goes the language used in the ordinance goes with English. The problem here is that the layperson's understanding of a tobacco retailer would have something to do with tobacco and the retailer, but that's not the way the code defined it, and we're trying to correct that. Next slide, please. Mary Young asked for the language that was on the ballot in 2019. So that is here. I understand you probably can't read it, and these ballot questions are confusing anyhow. I highlighted the language that shows what the tax was supposed to be on, but we can leave that up if you want to look at it or come back to that slide.
I have a quick question, Kathy.
Sure.
Yeah, thank you for this slide. I really appreciate it. I'm wondering if you have REWA sent a subsequent email that had the title included. This one does not. This is the ballot question, but doesn't include the title that went on the ballot. I'm wondering if you have that as well.
You know, I do not have that on a slide. I think that's something that we may be able to get at, but I think what you're talking about is this ordinance went through 3 readings in 2019, and the short title on the ordinance for all 3 readings was, oh shoot, I don't have it here either, but it was a tax on vaping devices, I believe. After the ordinance was adopted and when the council was considering the order to include the ballot questions on the ballot, one of the council members suggested putting the word tobacco in the short title, and that was done. There were no changes to the ordinance to limit it to tobacco, and the ballot language is not limited to tobacco. But that is one of our list of things that did create some confusion in this, where the unofficial words used were limiting where the official written words used, which is actually the ballot language itself, were not limiting to only tobacco products. So Mary, does that answer your question?
Yes, it does, Kathy. Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, please. This is a list of the types of retailers that we found that sell electronic smoking devices. As you can see, defining them as tobacco retailers is really misleading because most of these types of retailers would not consider themselves tobacco retailers. So that's one of the reasons we want to change it from tobacco retailers to tobacco and electronic smoking device retailers. Next slide, please. Then I want to run through the arguments for that we have been given and for why this shouldn't be applied to tobacco. And it really comes to tax policy issues. One of the arguments is that to apply the tax should be applied only to those that also sell tobacco. But that creates a competitive advantage for some people and a disadvantage for others when electronic smoking devices are sold by several different types of retailers, not just tobacco retailers. Another argument is to exempt the tax if you put something in the device other than tobacco, for instance, put marijuana in it or put something else in it, then it shouldn't be taxed. That changes the tax from a tax on the device to a tax on the intended use of the device, which is also not a common taxing principle. In writing what is to be taxed, we're trying to be as clear as possible so it's not up to interpretation of staff or anyone else. And it's not a surprise to the retailers that it's really clear what the device is that's being taxed and that you can't make that different by putting some substance in it. The other argument that, I'm sorry, next slide, please. Another argument that has been given is a suggestion that we should determine what's taxable based on how products are marketed. And Joel will explain that more later, but we have found that devices that were originally marketed as for use with tobacco are now marketed as used for marijuana. and devices that are commonly used for marijuana include disclaimers that they should only be used for herbs that are not illegal under federal law, which marijuana is. So the marketing does not give us enough certainty or objectivity to know what it is we're taxing. So Joel is prepared to show you the different types of devices.
Thank you, Kathy. Good evening, Council. Joel Wagner, Tax and Special Projects Manager. And if we can move to the next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry, there was some, can you just advance through the animations there? I thought I took those all out, my apologies. So here, Council saw a version of this slide at first reading, but I want to note that since that time, we've had several conversations, both internally and externally, about the marijuana sold in disposables or sold for use in electronic smoking devices. So we've revised this table to try to make it a little more clear. But on this slide, we have several examples of commonly sold electronic smoking devices. These run the gamut from disposable nicotine, CBD, and marijuana pens, rechargeable devices that are compatible with disposable pods, and more durable desktop units that are larger, more flexible, can be used with a variety of different e-juices, concentrates, and plant matter, and be used with multiple different temperature settings and the like. So prices range from $4 to $5 for a nicotine pod. That is $4 to $5. I should make sure I'm clear. To hundreds of dollars for some of these larger desktop devices. And as written, the code views all of these devices as taxable at the city's standard 3.86% sales tax, plus the additional 40% ESD tax. Tonight's proposed changes don't change anything about taxation, but they clarify who needs to collect the tax, namely all retailers. But again, another point of clarification that Council asked about during first reading, the retail price of the marijuana that goes into a device has always been exempt from the 40% ESD tax and is subject to the 3.5% additional marijuana tax if it's sold at a recreational dispensary. And as we've previously discussed with Council, many dispensaries sell disposable vape sticks and disposable pods. If Council adopts this ordinance, staff will work to develop administrative procedures and possibly a city manager rule to help clarify that if the value of the device is de minimis relative to the sales price of the marijuana, the intent would be to provide clear guidance so that retailers know how to tax these disposable devices. We anticipate working with retailers on this guidance in rulemaking to ensure clear and consistent guidance that limits administrative burden, both for retailers and for staff. So next slide, please. And I'll go through these pretty quickly. This is just some examples of the different devices on the market. So this first slide, we see examples of disposable ESDs that are intended only to be used until the product inside it is consumed. And then the device itself, which typically consists of cheap plastic and a small battery, is disposed of. On this slide, we see devices that are preloaded with nicotine, CBD oils, and marijuana. And on the next slide, we kind of see the next level up. If we can move to the next slide, please. Great, perfect. These are examples of disposable pods that are intended to be attached to a rechargeable battery system. Some are universal, like the ones on the left. They can be threaded onto any battery system that has a certain thread pattern. And some are proprietary, like the ones on the right. So these pods can only be used. Oh, I'm sorry, could you back up? I moved you through too quickly. So the two on the right are proprietary pods that can only be used with a rechargeable device that is sold separately. You'll notice that the two on the right look very similar. And here you see a PAX era marijuana vape and a Juul nicotine vape on the far right. The Juul vape, which was the subject of much press at the time of Ordinance 8340, was actually developed and spun off by PAX Labs, the company that sells the one in kind of the middle right of the screen, which started out making loose leaf tobacco vaporizers and then innovated into the nicotine space with Juul. So moving to the next slide. Thank you. And then the last category are refillable devices. And these are generally the most durable and flexible units. They're typically larger, more expensive, upwards of up to $600 in some cases, and provide users with the most flexibility. They have multiple temperature settings for more control, and they can be filled with many different materials and concentrates. So in the nicotine world, these would be called mods. And in the marijuana world, they're typically just referred to as vaporizers. And thank you. Next slide. And as Kathy mentioned, and as council requested earlier this week, we have received several comments that there's a significant difference in the marijuana devices compared to nicotine devices. And staff has been looking into these claims. We typically, I've spent a lot of time trying to learn about these devices. Kathy's been very generous in saying that I'm expert on this. I will say right up front, I am nowhere near expert, but I've been learning a lot. Unfortunately, instead of finding
you were a user.
Yeah, I can't profess any familiarity with these devices. But unfortunately, instead of finding clarity, what we've found is more confusion. So here are just a few examples of the products sold by some of our smoke shops and dispensaries as marijuana devices, but descriptions of the products in their own words. So this first slide, we see a Volcano Hybrid. This is a popular desktop vaporizer. These retail for $400 to $500 or $600. But per the manufacturer's own user guide, and I'm sorry, it's a little difficult to see on the slide here, they say it can only be used to vaporize eucalyptus, hops, chamomile, lavender, lemon balm, sage, and thyme, and that any other use is inappropriate and potentially dangerous. On the next slide, we see another vaporizer from a company called Puffco. This is another popular vaporizer that gets reviewed in marijuana magazines and industry websites. And here the manufacturer specifically states that this device isn't intended for any use that is illegal under federal law, which would preclude marijuana in our current federal laws. And then finally, the last slide. What you see here is a PAX 2 vaporizer. So I mentioned the PAX Aerapod. This was kind of the precursor of this. If you go to PAX's website today, they say this is a device for cannabis only. But back in 2015, in an interview with Inc. magazine, the co-founder of PAC Labs says that PAX is currently a tobacco product, and they've never marketed their products to marijuana users. Incidentally, this marketing changed in about 2016. Right after the FDA announced that they would be regulating electronic smoking devices of tobacco. So what we're seeing here is, I'm not bringing this up to say that this is wrong, but when we're looking at observable facts, they don't correspond with what we're hearing, and that makes a very difficult foundation to build sound tax policy when a manufacturer is publicly saying that a device can be used for one thing, but a retailer is saying that it could be used for something else. So with that, I'll pass it back to Kathy for the staff recommendation.
And our recommendation is passing the ordinance for the purpose of clarifying who is responsible for collecting the tax from the taxpayer and remitting it to the city, and for those that are required to get a license that are selling electronic smoking devices, so that we know who is responsible for paying the tax. It is our belief that this is what is being taxed to include all electronic smoking devices is consistent with the original intent. And so this is to make the code clear, not to change anything that should be done now. We have been very lax on enforcement until council makes this decision, in fairness to businesses who are trying to follow a code that at this point we don't believe is as clear as it should be.
Okay, and is that the end, Kathy? Because we have a couple hands up.
Yes, it is.
Okay, super. And with that, I see Bob and Aaron.
Yeah, thanks, Joel. Thanks, Kathy. Kathy, you just said there at the end that the intention of this new ordinance is to clarify and get to the intent of council and the voters. I want to follow up on a question Mary was asking about the title for the ballot measure. I'm actually looking at the real live ballot from 2019, the ballot that people received in the mail and voted on and sent back. And this is City of Boulder ballot issue 2G from November of 2019. And the title, I know this is not a legal title, but this is the title that the real life human beings read when they voted on this, says tax on tobacco vaping products, tax on tobacco vaping products. So I'm a little bit curious, Kathy, how we would say that taxing all electronic smoking devices, including those that don't deliver tobacco or nicotine, is consistent with what voters saw when they voted in November 2019.
And the only way I can say it is a typical lawyer answer to a question that people don't like, but you've got to read the whole thing to know what it's about, because 5 words can't summarize all the words that are there. And what the entire ballot content refers to is the definition that was in the code. That is the definition I showed in the first or second, I believe it's in the second slide, that electronic smoking devices is intended to cover all devices that simulate smoking that use tobacco or any other substance.
I'm going to get to that in a second, but let's just stay with the ballot measure from 2019. It then goes on below where it says tax on tobacco vaping products. It talks about what this tax on tobacco vaping products will be used for. And the 2 principal things after the payment of administrative costs are for nicotine product retail licensing. So that's nicotine product retail licensing. And then health promotion and education with respect to nicotine products. So not only does the ballot measure refer to tax and vaping products, it then says that the proceeds will be used for nicotine retailer licensing and nicotine education. So just square with me how that language, as you said, we need to drill into the language, how that squares with a desire now to expand this beyond nicotine.
Well, first, I don't think it's a desire to expand it beyond the nicotine. Our understanding was it was intended to be beyond the nicotine, and because of the vaping examples that were used. But I cannot argue with you and say that this language was perfectly clear or the way I would have wanted it written. You are pointing out the types of things that we're trying to fix and the problems that we have with the present code provisions as well.
So let's call up the code provision 6-4.5-1, the one that you showed on the slide. Can you put that up?
Yes, that was slide number 2. If I'm referring to the same thing you are. Is this the definition you wanted?
Yeah. So
okay.
I know that you emphasized the second half of the sentence, but I want to read the first half of the sentence that you didn't emphasize. Any product containing or delivering nicotine intended for human consumption. Then it goes on to talk about that substance that delivers nicotine can be nicotine or any other substance. In other words, I think there are nicotine substitutes, and that's what I believe the other substance is. Obviously, if we intended this to be marijuana or cannabis, we would have said that. But the first part of, and this is the language from the statute, right? Any product containing or delivering nicotine intended for human consumption. And so maybe there's an internal conflict here. I learned in law school a long time ago that ambiguities are interpreted against the drafter. Isn't that right? In other words, if the drafter in a superior position represented by counsel drafts something that is less than clear, and there's a dispute between that party that wrote the language and the other party that is I'll use the word victim of the language, the drafter loses that fight. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, I believe that is the law that applies to contracts. With respect to interpreting laws like this, generally another rule is, and you're right, we've got all these different rules, and that's what we're trying to wade through, that you don't read out words that are there. So, and again, I'm not trying to argue with you. If counsel wants to make a different decision than staff understood was the original intent, obviously that's something you can do. You can always limit what the voters approved. You just can't expand what the voters approved. So if you want to limit it, that is council's prerogative. The other part of the presentation, particularly the part that Joel did, was to point out that it's very difficult when we're talking about electronic smoking devices, and I would say maybe impossible, to put something in one category or another with respect to being used just for nicotine or for marijuana. So another desire for clarity is something that we really need when we're trying to impose taxes, is to make sure that that everybody knows and believes the same thing about what it is we're taxing. It's not something that is determined at the staff level.
Yeah, we'll talk about solutions a little bit later, but just to kind of close it out, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues. When you say what was the intention of council, I was on that council in November 2019, and 4 of us were, and I was one of those 4 people. And it was my intention that it be limited to tobacco. That's why we use the word tobacco. That's why we use the word nicotine. So I can't speak for my colleagues, and I can't speak to what 35,000 people understood when they read a ballot measure that says tax on tobacco vaping products. But I can tell you, as both a council member who put this on the ballot and as a council member who voted in favor of ballot measure 2G, I thought we were voting for tax on tobacco vaping products, as the ballot measure said.
Thank you, Bob. Aaron.
Well, Bob got through most of my questions, so thank you, Bob. And I'll just throw in one additional one. One of the things that we've been hearing about from cannabis retailers is that the devices for vaping cannabis and the devices for vaping nicotine are not always one and the same. That it is frequently the case that a device intended for cannabis vaping cannot be used for nicotine vaping. And I think you used the PAX and the Juul products is up there, and I think that may be, I'm also not an expert in this field, but I think that may be an example that the PAX that delivers cannabis can't be used for other cartridges that contain nicotine, is what I've heard. So do you all have a good understanding of that, about that possibility of devices that deliver cannabis and would not be practically able to deliver nicotine? I'll just start with that.
We probably each have potential answers to that. And again, talking from not having used any of these, so I can't say that. I mean, if you're putting a product in loose, they're both plant materials, both tobacco and marijuana. So if you're putting in loose product, it probably doesn't matter if it's that or any of the other herbs that were listed in the slide that Joel showed, or anything else. If you're putting in something that's made by somebody else, so for instance, you need a manufactured thing to insert to the ESD to make it work, then you can only put in something that matches. And if people marketing are only making marijuana things that match the device that you're trying to insert the pod into, then you're only using it for marijuana. If the manufacturer only does it for tobacco, then you're only using tobacco. But as soon as another manufacturer comes along that makes a insert to that device of the opposite thing, I'm not sure that there's anything different about the derivatives of tobacco or marijuana that would prevent it from being used. Joel, you may have no more than I do.
Yeah, well, I think all I would add is that it is a very complicated and diverse market. And so, yes, there are certainly certain devices that the pod can only be used with a compatible, and that was developed for marijuana oils. Added complications, though, are just 2 weeks ago, we adopted an ordinance that allows marijuana businesses to sell CBD now. So CBD oil and marijuana oil are substantially very similar substances. The tax specifically excludes marijuana as defined in our code. So now we're going to add another level of complexity into this, where we have one device that could be used with both marijuana and CBD in the same type of thing. But the slides we presented were intended to show that this is a complicated space, and when it is when manufacturers are saying one thing, but retailers are saying another thing, that's a difficult foundation, like I said, to build a tax policy on.
Understood. Yeah, well, thanks for that. I guess I'll share with Bob, I was also on council when this was put on the ballot, and I was also my understanding and intent that it was a measure to curb the youth tobacco epidemic we've been seeing. It was not focused on cannabis devices, or it was intentionally excluded cannabis devices. So I'll look during the discussion phase about ways that maybe we can make sure that this is not a tax on non-nicotine devices. So appreciate those answers.
Thank you, Aaron. I've got Junie, and then I'm going to weigh in, and then Mark and Rachel. Junie?
Yeah, thank you. I would have to say, from just reading this ordinance 8458, I think it's overbroad and I don't agree with it. Any substance, any other substance, I mean, I think the word any other substance can lead to abuse. And also, I think my question concerns, I don't know if you mentioned that or if you provided that information before, but I haven't heard it. Are there any comparable law in the state of Colorado that mirrors this particular section?
You mean with respect to referring to any other substance?
Or the whole 8340, yes. Starting from any to product. Do we have any comparable ordinance or law in the state of Colorado that is comparable to that one?
I was not involved in this original, when this was originally drafted. There was a lot of research done, and I think that this was once again where Boulder was on the cutting edge. But I would have to answer more definitively, I'd have to do some research. I don't know off the top of my head.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Sorry. I want to look it up, and I'll get back to you. I believe that the state of Colorado's definition of electronic smoking devices is very different, or I'm sorry, very similar to ours. But I'll before the end of this meeting, I'll see if I can find it for you and send it.
Thank you so much. And I think part of my question as well involved the imposed civil penalties. It's up to $5,000 per occurrence. I mean, I'm just thinking someone either traveling to Boulder, just moved to Boulder, and being stopped and having an interaction with a police officer, and they find something like that on the person without anything inside. Based on this ordinance, this person could get a penalty up to $5,000. I think this penalty it's overbroad and also too punitive. Just too punitive, because in the state of Colorado, these things are not illegal, from my understanding. So thank you.
Thank you. The ordinance does not, the penalty is for selling the devices against the ordinance, not for having them. So somebody stopped with an electronic smoking device, whether they got it in violation of this ordinance or in another city or someplace else, regardless, there is no violation of this ordinance just by having one.
Great. And just to follow up, I'll call on myself here. Kathy, this is a tax measure, correct? And so the penalties come from not collecting and remitting the tax as required. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, great. And in my half hour of internet research, one of the things I found interesting was PAX, which is one of the leading suppliers of these devices, parent company of Juul, which is all about nicotine. And as Joel had mentioned, part of the history is that PACs originally developed as a way to vape tobacco and moved on to marijuana and and marijuana derivatives, cannabis. One of the things I found interesting was PAX itself, that makes the smoking device, doesn't actually sell the cartridges filled with marijuana or cannabis extract. Is that correct, Joel? It seems to me like they have the retailers fill up the cartridges so that the retailers can sell the smoking device and the retailers can sell the cartridges filled with whatever they've mixed per PAX's direction. But is it true that those cartridges are filled by suppliers other than PAX?
Yeah, that's our understanding. I don't think that it would be retailers who are filling it, but marijuana infused product producers and manufacturers.
Right, in the states where it's legal, for instance. So one of the things I found interesting as I did my half hour of research was that there are plenty of places where you can find instructions on how to use nicotine products as well as nicotine oils in vaporizers that are sold for marijuana. I can quote a few of the things I found, but it seems like because of the temperatures that the marijuana vaping operate at and the very similar temperatures that nicotine vaping operate at, that there would be no fundamental reason why you couldn't use nicotine oil in, say, a PAX device, or conversely, leaf marijuana in a vaporizer intended for tobacco leaf. Is that correct with what you've been researching?
That's consistent with what I found. And I will say, again, I do not doubt that there are some vaporizers that are 100% intended for marijuana and work better with marijuana oils, especially when you get into the certain types of concentrates that is really specific to marijuana, like butters and honey and shatter and other words and types that I'm learning a lot about. But exactly like you said, I think we have a lot of examples where manufacturers have told us that a device can be used for tobacco or marijuana or hops or lemongrass or a multitude of other things.
Very good, thanks. That's all my questions. And then we'll go to, give me just one sec so I get the order right. Mark and then Rachel. Mark.
Thank you, Sam. I guess I'd lead off by saying I am amazed. The methodologies for consuming marijuana have certainly changed a bit since I was in school. It seems like a great deal of ingenuity is going towards the creation of these products. With respect to what we're looking at tonight, it seems to me that the plain language of the tax measure seems to limit it to tobacco products. And even looking at 8340, we're having some reliance here upon the phrase "or any other substance." But I think that phrase is also qualified by the following phrase, "even if marketed as nicotine free," to indicate that this is all still within the tobacco space that we're trying to regulate. And so I'm a little bit troubled by all of this. I'm certainly not supportive of certainly wasn't supportive of vaping with tobacco. I don't have a more tender spot in my heart for vaping with marijuana, but I think if we're going to regulate it, it has to be with the knowing consent of the people who we're going to with respect to a vote. And I tend to doubt that the community saw this as anything other than a tobacco regulation statute and vote and tax. And there's a certain degree of unfairness, it seems to me, in trying to stretch the language to cover that which I really don't know that it was intended to cover. If we want to go back to the community and say, we authorize a tax on ESDs relating to marijuana, that would make good sense to me. But what we're doing now is stretching a blanket past its capacity to cover everybody on the bed. And I'm just kind of troubled by what we're doing. So I share some of Bob's concerns.
Rachel.
Point of clarification, we're kind of just on questions still, right? And maybe
In theory, yes.
Till after we hear from the public. Okay, so a couple questions. One is on scope. My understanding is, we're not looking at 8340 and the language that's contained therein and relitigating any of that, right? That was voted on by the public. We're just looking at sort of who or what devices is implicated by getting taxed on what was decided voted on in 2019. Is that accurate?
Yes, the ordinance shows the redlining that we're doing, that we're proposing to language that was in 8340 as well as language that was in 8376.
Okay. I just got a little bit confused tonight, so that's helpful. And then my second question is, as someone who was involved in advocacy around the vaping ban, and listening to some of the statements, I think by Bob and Aaron, on kind of where they were at with what they thought they were putting out to the community. I just want to know, under Tabor, what legally can we capture at this point if there's confusion by, the public and it seems like a fair number of people on council on whether or not marijuana or the ESDs we would be looking to add in and sweep in under this regulation. What would Tabor say to that? I guess I'm a little bit worried. I hope that makes sense, but that if we try and tax something that wasn't clear, that we clearly on the ballot, what's the ramification?
Well, there's several things. Tabor is mostly focused on making sure that voters get to vote on taxes at all and taxes going up. So the issue about whether something is being taxed beyond what the voters did approve, because there's no argument that that this did pass. Right. There's not many Tabor separate arguments than there are from any election question, at least that I can think of off the top of my head. And I may think about it and want to give you a different answer tomorrow. But I think we're really looking at, trying to decipher the what was meant, the same type of evaluation that we're going through tonight, and particularly council's going through, since the council's the first interpreter of their own laws. So I'm not worried about losing the litigation.
I appreciate that certainty and confidence. I guess it feels a little bit like if we had put a measure on saying we will tax shirts and then we say we're going to tax all clothes, like Tabor doesn't care about that distinction.
Tabor probably would, because it was saying a tax. I think if there was no argument, it wasn't a matter, because I'm not sure that's a matter of interpretation. Definitely if you say we're going to tax property and then you start taxing food, that's a major Tabor problem. So when you get your boxes closer and closer and closer is when it becomes more of a legal interpretation issue rather than a Tabor issue. I guess is what I'm struggling with, fashioning a separate Tabor argument.
Okay. All right. That's all my questions. Thanks.
Sure. All right, council, any other questions? Otherwise, we will go to the public hearing here. Great, seeing no other questions, we're ready for the public hearing. This will be a bit, will require a bit of rearrangement. Our first three speakers are Bonnie Dahl, Liz Zukowski, and Nico Pinto. However, Nico had a personal emergency, so I was going to substitute in Andrea Meneghel for Nico. And then next we'll have Jason Dahl, who's pooling time with some other people who we'll check with. So let's start with Bonnie, and then Liz, and then Andrea. Bonnie, and everyone will get 3 minutes tonight because we're under 15 people.
Thank you. And Sam, if we could just start with Bonnie, I did not get clarification on your last name, but I'd like to allow you to unmute and just let us know your last name, please.
My last name is Dahl, D-A-H-L. D-A-H-L. D-A-H-L.
Great, thank you.
We've got it, and you are good to go for 3 minutes, Bonnie.
Okay, thanks. Okay, I have owned the Fitter on the Hill for the last 46 out of 48 years. We're very opposed to this new amendment that Boulder City Attorney is proposing to add cannabis devices to the same list as tobacco devices. We've been carrying cannabis vaporizers for several years now. We used to carry Juul and other disposable electronic smoking devices until this ordinance was passed by the voters in 2019. We too found that it got way out of hand with high school and college kids getting addicted to tobacco and nicotine when they never expected to be involved in smoking tobacco. So we made the conscious decision to stop carrying these products. As we know now, Juul became a cultural phenomenon for that age group as the cool thing to do. I was approached in January by the city tax department to obtain a retailer's tobacco license. We had been completely out of the tobacco market for several months prior since the law went into effect and could not warrant obtaining that license when we no longer sold any tobacco products. It then came to my attention a couple months later that the city attorney wanted to add cannabis vaporizers as an amendment to this law to clarify the wording of devices that could be used for tobacco. I explained that cannabis vaporizers have been around long before tobacco vaporizers, that they use the same name of vaporizer, but they're not interchangeable. Tobacco will clog up most of these cannabis devices immediately. I have two main arguments here. First, the voters in 2019 were focused on the actual substance of nicotine and tobacco. Devices such as Juul became a cultural part of this intake, but the delivery system should not be the focus. In fact, a group of us from smoke shops and tobacco retailers sat on 2 meetings that helped the city craft this bill, and marijuana was never even considered to be in this ordinance. We're very conscientious being an alternative smoke shop and only will carry quality cannabis vaporizers with backed up warranties. Therefore, our customers come to us because they trust us in this industry. We definitely get medical patients whose preference is to vaporize and not deal with the harshness of smoking marijuana. Cannabis in this state is very well regulated and highly approved by our population. To add the extra 40% tax to these items would turn a popular $100 vaporizer into $140. The Volcano, which was shown, which has been a very long-term popular device that sells for $600, like you noted, would need to sell for $840. Of course, we carry several less expensive vaporizers. Any store or dispensary in the city of Boulder would need to get out of selling these cannabis vaporizers for good, since the consumer will go immediately online or to the neighboring cities of Louisville, Lafayette, Longmont, and Broomfield, since that is a real money cost. So the city would lose out both on the 40% tax, since no store in Boulder could any longer be competitive, as well as the normal sales tax revenue from this relatively large market.
Thank you, Bonnie. Thank you, Bonnie. I'm sorry, your time is up. I appreciate your input. Next, we have Liz Zukowski and then Andrea Manigail. Liz?
Good evening, Council. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, great. My name is Liz Zukowski. I'm a public affairs manager for Native Roots Cannabis Company. We have we've been a member of the Boulder community since 2010 when we opened our medical dispensary, the Dandelion, and have since opened a recreational dispensary as well. We're active members of the community, dedicating hands-on volunteer hours as well as financial support to nonprofits that support local issues. I'm also speaking on behalf of Terrapin Care Station, a Boulder-based cannabis retailer. As Mayor Weaver said, Nico Pinto was signed up to speak tonight, but was pulled away because of an emergency. I really appreciate the comments and the discussion around this that we've heard so far. As some of the council members noted, during the ballot measure campaign, it was very clear that the intent was to target nicotine ESDs in response to the high rate of nicotine vaping by Boulder youth. All public-facing information to voters was about nicotine vaping, and even the plain language of the ordinance referenced nicotine products. and the subsequent Boulder code and the city's website also reference just nicotine products. The voters understood that the tax was meant to apply to nicotine vaping devices. We didn't talk about applying the tax to cannabis vaping devices. And therefore, we see this as an expansion of the ESD tax that you're being asked to consider this evening. We believe that Boulder can honor the spirit of the 2019 voter-approved initiative by exempting ESDs that are not for tobacco or nicotine use, because cannabis products sold in licensed retail marijuana stores are not for nicotine products. Further, it's against the law for cannabis retailers to sell nicotine or nicotine devices in our stores. We support the amendment that was introduced by VS Strategies to exempt devices not able to be used for tobacco or nicotine, and believe that this solution threads the needle, simplifies the tax code while not applying a new tax on a different product that was not approved by voters. We encourage you to support this amendment as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Andrea Menegel, Jason Dahl, and Colt Stander, who's pooling time with two others. So, Andrea.
Thank you, Council. Can you hear me?
We can.
All right, thank you. Andrea Menegel, representing the Boulder Chamber, 2440 Pearl Street, and also City of Boulder Marijuana Advisory Panel member from 2016 to 2019. I'd like to express our agreement with the points you've heard from our cannabis businesses today. The ballot title of the City of Boulder's 2019 ballot issue 2G, Tax on Tobacco Vaping Products, the ballot language, the associated campaigns, the series of op-eds, letters to the editor that shaped the public discussion, made it very clear this was solely to be a tax on tobacco and nicotine-related devices. Voters were not asked, nor did voters approve, nor does the ballot language indicate that an additional tax should apply to cannabis vaping products. Also important to note, and what we understand from our cannabis retailers, is that cannabis and nicotine devices are completely different devices. Applying the tax to a device sold for an entirely different purpose would be applying the tax to an incorrect product. We've had several attorneys call the chamber to provide their unsolicited perspectives that expanding this to include cannabis can be characterized as a rather egregious Tabor violation. A device sold with a pod or cartridge containing cannabis, clearly intended for cannabis use, should not be taxed. We have seen suggested language about how to clarify that, and our perspective is keep the language very simple, very clear, and to not accompany this decision with unnecessary or undue regulatory burden for the cannabis industry. After all, as illustrated throughout our cannabis code in Boulder, it is clear cannabis dispensaries in Boulder cannot sell any non-cannabis products. Council members, you know this is one of the most, if not the highest, regulated industry in our community and has faced intense scrutiny, yet complies with every rule and has set an unprecedented national standard of how to successfully operate in harmony with the community's values and public safety standards. Thanks to the work staff, industry, and council members have done to seek a solution on this issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea. Next, we have Jason Dahl, Colt Stander, and Evan Ravitz. Jason.
Hey, Council, are you guys able to hear me?
We can.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, so my name is Jason Dahl. I am the manager of the Fitter on the Hill. Like my mother said, we have been around for 48 years. A few things I would like to get at. One is everybody that, when I was talking about this, everybody understood it to apply to tobacco. But on top of that, we've had a flavor ban for almost a year and a half, and it has yet to be enforced. I keep seeing menthol pods and disposable e-cigarettes and all of that stuff in front of my store. We are the only store. I had somebody that dropped off flyers because the city has a program to collect used pods and all of that. And I told her I actually don't sell any nicotine products. And she goes, wow, you're the only store I've come across that doesn't sell any nicotine products. So it's kind of hard to believe that you would be doing a 40% tax on ESDs when you can barely even enforce what's already on the books. Like I said, menthol was supposed to be banned. It's not. I talk to customers all the time and they are not paying the 40% tax on nicotine. So I don't know how it's administered or not. And then second point too is I find it hard to differentiate to find the difference between a vaporizer and a bong or something like that. Cause like they're both basically going to give you the end result. So it's where does it end? Because, you know, if all of a sudden you're going to target methods of getting high, then you're going to get every single thing taken. But then, and then the third, and this is probably the most critical point, is that a lot of where the young kids are getting it are from people that can go to dispensaries. So if there's not going to be a tax on things on the dispensary, it's not going to change any rates, because all they have to do is find a homeless man or somebody like that who is obviously above the age of 21. They can shoulder tap him and give him money, and he can go in there. And this really isn't a solution to any one of those problems. But I really thank council for giving me the time to speak, and I leave you the floor.
Thank you, Jason. Next, we have Colt Stander and Evan Ravitz. Colt, you are pooling with two people, Jordan Wellington and Jonathan Singer. So we need, I'll just turn to Brenda. Brenda, are the pooling people here? And if they are, Colt, you're good to go for 5 minutes.
They are. If we can just, do we need to have Jason and Jordan confirm that they are pooling?
No, if you verified that they're here, that's just fine with me. And then Colt, you're good to go with 5 minutes.
Great, thank you. They are here. And Colt, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you. Good evening, Council. My name is Colt Stander. I'm Vice President of Product at PAX Labs. I'm here to express our support for the compromise amendment drafted by VS Strategies, and I would like to take this opportunity to demonstrate to the city that our cannabis vaporizer devices cannot be used to consume tobacco or nicotine. For clarification, PAX is not the parent company of Juul. Since 2018, we have been separate, different, independent companies with completely different ownership. Additionally, an article from 6 years ago does not define our company today. PAX Labs is a leader in cannabis technology. We develop, design, and manufacture cannabis-only vaporization devices, both for loose leaf cannabis flower and for closed loop pen and pod systems intended for, designed exclusively for cannabis oil concentrates. Our products are not for use with tobacco or nicotine products. We understand that there's an erroneous claim that our products can be used with tobacco. While there may be other devices on the market that are capable with both tobacco and cannabis, PAX devices are not. Our two product lines, which you have seen tonight in a lot of the images that you've seen, protect against use with nicotine or tobacco in different manners. First, our Era product line, which is the pod and battery system that you've seen, is intended for exclusively with cannabis oils. The Era pods and the devices or the vaporizers only work with each other and vice versa. Without the special pods, the device is just a battery. It doesn't have a mouthpiece or any other way to use it. Similarly, the pods just contain cannabis oil, and without the device, it can't be used without it. Those pods can only be filled by our authorized brand partners using proprietary equipment that we've designed to use exclusively with cannabis oils. Our packaging instructions, how-to videos, marketing materials are explicit that this device is a cannabis vaporizer and that the pods are not to be refilled. Further, those filled Era pods are only available for purchase by consumers at cannabis dispensaries. Then those consumers cannot purchase empty pods. They cannot refill they cannot refill pods that they've used. And that's largely due to our proprietary pod design, which we filed many different patents for. If someone was to attempt to refill one of those pods with a nicotine oil or with anything, the pods are damaged and they are not usable. Cannabis oil is a much less viscous oil than nicotine oil. For that reason, if nicotine oil is added to the pod, the oil will immediately leak out of that pod all over the system, damaging the battery, and the system won't work. And with that, no vapor will be produced. And so to say that these systems are separate is like an understatement. Our other system our other product line is our dry cannabis vaporizer. These devices function as an oven to heat dry cannabis material within a certain temperature range to achieve an aerosolized vapor. Our PAX 3, which you also saw tonight, has a temperature range that is simply too high for tobacco. The optimal range for vaporizing tobacco and nicotine is 125 to 150 C. The temperature range that's well outside the abilities of our PAX devices, which range from 182 to 215. If you put tobacco into a PAX product, it will taste terrible because you're heating the material too high. So with that, there are claims that this product can be used for tobacco, and it's simply not true. Those products our products per manufacturing cannot be used for purposes other than cannabis. Therefore, we believe that 40% should not apply to them. Therefore, we're asking the council to adopt the amendment drafted by VS Strategies that would clarify that cannabis-only devices are not subject to tobacco taxes. This is a small amendment that will go a long way in keeping these two markets distinct for operational and taxation purposes. Thank you for your time. I'm happy to answer any questions or provide information that you may need now or also offline.
That's great. Thank you, Colt. I do have questions.
Great.
One of my questions is, you claim that the temperature range that nicotine vaporizing device operate at is different than what your PAX 3 operates at. Can you tell me what, say, a Juul vaporizer intended for nicotine, what temperature range it operates at?
I'm actually unable to tell you what temperature range a Juul's at because they're a different company and they keep their technology proprietary and secret.
Oh, that's great. Well, I can tell you,
idea.
I can tell you that according to a scientific paper that I read, Juul temperatures can be set, the coil temperature can be set to 230 to 400 Celsius, which interestingly overlaps pretty well with several different devices which vaporize flower marijuana. So could you tell me what temperature range your PAX 3 operates over?
So our PAX 3 operates at 182 to 215 Celsius. And I'm sorry, did you say it was 218 to 400 Celsius on the Juul product?
Something in that range, yeah. But it seemed like in my research for both PAX and others, we've got another vape, the Starry X vape is 100C to 240C. So it seems like for flower and similar with the Volcano that you saw that there's a significant amount of overlap for the flower. Do you have any comment on that?
Yeah, I'll say that even those two temperature ranges that you provided between the Juul and our PAX 3, they don't actually overlap. They come close, but they don't quite overlap. There's a reason that we stop our temperature at 215 because anything above that is not optimal for cannabis. Like simply put, if you get above that temperature, you end up having a pretty terrible experience. So I can't speak to other products. I can't speak to other companies as to why they would, what their temperature ranges are and what they're capable of doing versus what they are actually delivering for the consumer. But I can speak to our products and that that we have a very narrow range there to optimize for cannabis only. Also, the PAX 3 product is for cannabis flower. The Juul product is a liquid product. Like they're not even in the same category, so I'd be careful to compare the two.
Well, then that's a great point. So if I were to take a PAX 3 and put loose leaf pipe tobacco into the PAX 3, would it vaporize that?
As described previously, you vaporize tobacco at 125 to 150. Our device does not go low enough to vaporize tobacco. In fact, it's too hot. It's at 182 to 215. So
do you mean nicotine or tobacco flower? So if I were to talk about the plant tobacco, it seems like the low range that you're talking about is for nicotine oil. Is that correct?
That is a very good question there, Sam. Sorry. Tobacco, loose leaf tobacco that you would put into a PAX 3 device has a much lower vaporization temperature. Now, the oils that you're referring to in terms of the Juul oils, you can't put Juul oils into a PAX 3. It would immediately damage our PAX 3 device. Our devices, that device is not made to put oils into it, like free flowing oils into it.
The PAX 3 is not?
That is correct. It can be used for some of the solid materials that that someone mentioned earlier, like shatters and things of that sort that are actually a solid, but it is not meant for a like very liquid oil, such as a jewel juice. Also, I'm not sure how someone would get a jewel juice out of a pod to use it in a PAX 3 as well.
So the PAX 3, so if I'm not mistaken, just help me out here. The PAX 3 is marketed as dual use. And when I read what dual use means, it means flour and or oil. Is that correct?
That is correct. And so I think it's really important for us to also clarify that when we use the term oil for the dual use purpose, what we're referring to is what's called a dab. It's a polyphasic material that has both oils and solids in it. So it's really like a waxy material. And so unfortunately, we've used oil in the past as a descriptor for that, when really what we're referring to is a polyphasic material. Consumers don't quite understand polyphasic materials at this point.
Well, that is complicated, but just to cut to the chase, it sounds like loose leaf marijuana or loose leaf tobacco would be combusted in a PAX 3 so that you could inhale the smoke from them.
Just to be clear with that, the tobacco would not vaporize. So first off, vaporization and combusting are two different things, right? When you light a joint, when you light a cigarette, that's combusting. When you vaporize something, you're actually heating it to a point to extract the liquids, but you're not combusting it. That's actually why it's a healthier alternative to say smoking a product. And so the vaporization points for tobacco and cannabis are two different points. And so that's sort of the distinction between those things.
Well, I won't read you all of the posts that I found where people talk about using the PAX 3 to smoke tobacco with, but that's fine. We'll just stop there. I think the point is clear that there's overlap, but it's not one is designed specifically to do both tobacco and marijuana. So that's all for me for questions. Anyone else have any questions?
Thank you, Sam, for the questions.
Yep, thank you all. And then finally, we have Evan Rabbits, and then I'll check in with Brenda. Brenda, did Bea Campbell decide she wanted to speak? You can let me know after Evan goes. Evan?
Evan, you should be able to unmute. Sorry about the delay.
Good evening. Former U.S. Surgeon General Jocelyn Elders wrote in a 2004 editorial that we, quote, can avoid the hazards of smoke through simple devices called vaporizers. Her editorial was in the Providence, Rhode Island Journal. I sent you the reference by email. So you're considering greatly increasing the price of already pricey devices that can prevent respiratory problems for medical and other cannabis users. The higher percentage of high school kids using marijuana in Colorado must be due to the well-known effect of marijuana use displacing alcohol use. Anyone honest knows this is a great thing. Ask Councilmember Swetlick about his experience as a bouncer, watching the difference in behavior of people on alcohol and on cannabis. Cannabis kills some 40,000 people a year directly and far more in traffic accidents. Cannabis kills nobody. It's easy to find that the only medical use of alcohol is to kill germs, while there are dozens of accepted medical uses for cannabis, which your current project will inhibit. Please don't let City Attorney Tom Carr get the city sued yet again on his way out the door. Thank you.
Thank you, Evan. And I haven't seen anything on Bea Campbell being here already, and she had withdrawn earlier. So with that, we will bring the public hearing to a close and bring it back to council. Rachel.
Yeah, I sort of another question. It would appear in listening and to our questions and discussion that we're not maybe experts in modern cannabis intake or vaporizing use. So I just want to know, did this, and I guess I am part of the, I mean, I understand this was going to be felt like a quick cleanup, and I was someone who supported us looking into this quick cleanup, and it's no longer feeling like a quick cleanup measure. So I want to know, did this go to CLAB, or maybe should it go to CLAB, given our, possible lack of expertise on this subject? And I know that's late in the game, and I apologize to staff for asking late in the game.
Well, it depends on if we think this is a marijuana issue or not. We hadn't thought of it or presented it as a marijuana issue. It was interpreting, what council has already adopted. Of course, we can send it to CLAB. I'm not sure what the question is if you're asking for what CLAB's interpretation of the intent, or whether you want to ask CLAB, do you think these devices should be taxed?
Well, I think are these, from what I'm hearing, and I thought Sam asked some insightful question, like, are these devices used in ways that we are maybe missing and should be taxed? So it just seems like we are trying to figure out some questions that do pertain to actual intaking of cannabis. So it doesn't feel like it's strictly a legal interpretation question at this point, but somewhat of also a marijuana use question that might be proper for CLAB. It's just a thought. It may not be a great thought, but I'm putting it out there.
Thank you.
Aaron.
Yeah, thanks for that, Rachel. I mean, I think the answer is right, that we're not experts on this topic, as we've shown somewhat tonight. But just to get back to like a comment that Bob and I were making at the end of the line of questioning. I mean, I think I appreciate staff's kind of cleaning up the definitions overall, and so I think most of what's in this ordinance is working out well. But I do feel like the intent of the tax was to be on tobacco vaping devices and not on cannabis vaping devices. And I understand how you can interpret the language maybe a little differently, but the ballot title that includes the word tobacco, it seems like a voter would have probably felt pretty clearly that this was a tax on tobacco related devices. So I'm concerned about extending it to things that are exclusively or 99+% used for cannabis devices, because I don't think that was the intent of the tax. So I thought actually that the proposal that we were sent via email a couple of days ago by the VS Strategies group seemed like a potential way out of this. Is their proposal was to add just a couple of sentences to the ordinance. One of them said in the definition section, quote, electronic smoking device does not include any devices that cannot be used for tobacco or nicotine delivery. And that seemed pretty neat to me, because then it's saying if the tax is on tobacco vaping devices. So if the device can't be used for tobacco, then you shouldn't tax it. So that seemed like a pretty neat way potentially around this kind of possible overextension of the function of the tax. Just put that out there for discussion.
May I colloquy on that, Sam?
Okay, before anyone colloquies, I need to rewind us just a bit. Aaron, thank you for saying what you did. We'll come back to it. Before we go on, we had a mistake where Lynn Siegel was overlooked on the list of public commenters. So before we carry on with our debate, I want to make sure we hear from everyone. So with that, I will turn to Brenda and see, Brenda, would you be able to bring Lynn in?
Yeah, and it's interesting.
Hey, Lynn, that's great. Okay, so
it didn't work for open comment either. It did not work. Unbelievable. There's so much incompetence in this system. Naftali Bennett the new prime minister for Israel is bombing Gaza as we speak. What does this have to do with this issue? I'll tell you, it has a whole lot to do with this issue. We've got bigger fish to fry, like World War III coming up, probably. And people are arguing over alcohol or tobacco or cannabis. No to all of them. No to all of them. And if you're going to tax them because you're stuck and you have to do something, tax it 5,000%. And maybe that would begin to pay for the affordable housing that's driving our homelessness up and our meth that we are never going to be able to take care of housing for, because you have to completely strip down a meth house. This is what is the problem with our society. Cannabis, it doesn't matter if it's oil. You can research it all you want, Sam. The whole issue here is this is not good stuff for society, except the cannabis that's used for people's medical, like little kids, serious psychological, or I think it's like neurological issues. Okay, that's it. These things need to get out of our society. Now you could say federally, we are not, it's not legal anyway, but it shouldn't be legal anywhere, anyhow. And you could say, oh, it's going to be a black market. No, it's not, because people have other things to do, bigger fish to fry, like Gaza right now, today. This is a big deal. If you're going to tax this stuff, tax the living hell out of it, because we need that money for gun barrel, for CU South, for all of the growth that you're generating in this town that is unpaid for. That's what we need this money for. But it's kind of corrupt to tax something that is really not good to have in our society. We should oppose it in every possible way. Alcohol, and guess what? I like to have, what is the name of that? Like a frou-frou drink, but I would give up that drink that I have once a year, for alcohol to be illegal, and marijuana, and cannabis, and THC, and hemp can be used as a plant for cloth and things, but not for anything else. Or for oil, for some functional things. These are detrimentary to our societal needs. Alcohol, all of them. All.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, so with that, for the second time, we'll bring public hearing to a close. Aaron, I'm sorry that I cut you off. You had proposed that we use the suggestion from the industry. If you want to recap that, then I'll go to Rachel for a colloquy.
Oh, just that I thought that was potential amendment language that could resolve this situation so that we're not taxing cannabis devices from our tobacco vaping tax ballot measure. So Rachel, you had something to say.
Well, just that I think that the proposal is we wouldn't tax devices that cannot be used for tobacco, but I think Sam's line of questioning was sort of, can they be? And we're hearing from industry that they cannot be, but I think it would be cannot, is an interesting legal term or word to use there, because I think arguably they could be, and I just don't know that quite solves the issue, because perhaps now or perhaps in 3 years they can be, and is it the majority, is it the marketing, is it, I just think that's not as clean as I would like it to be, but I appreciate the spirit of it.
Thank you, Rachel. I got Bob and then Junie. Bob.
Well, I get your point, Rachel, that I don't know what other solution there is. I mean, we're either going to, I think everyone agrees that the voters approved a tax on nicotine delivery products. So that's well known and well agreed. And so the question is, are we going to tax products that don't deliver nicotine or are not intended to deliver nicotine? I mean, I suppose you could probably jerry rig a lawnmower to make it deliver nicotine. I mean, I just don't know where you would draw the line. So I agree with Aaron. I mean, I realize that there might be some fights between staff and the seller of a product, but we heard some really convincing testimony from people who actually make and sell these products, and they said that they cannot and are not designed to be used to deliver nicotine. That's very compelling to me. We heard from our staff based on a 2015 website hit, sounds like. So I guess I'm going to assume that the people in industry know what they're talking about. If there's a fight, they can fight it out with our staff. But I'm not willing to extend this tax beyond what was presented to the voters by the council, including those of us who were sitting on the council, and what the plain language of the tax said. And as Andrea said, it was promoted on the city's own website as a tobacco. So, I mean, we can get in on all sorts of legal niceties, but I think the common understanding of everybody who looked at this and voted for this was was a tobacco device tax. And I think there are some serious Tabor concerns if we start expanding it to other devices that are not tobacco devices. So I agree with the industry language proposal that Aaron promoted. I think that's a good compromise. My alternative would be to not support this at all and just to drop it. But I think we're trying to find a solution that makes a path forward. And so I think Aaron's proposal works for me.
Thanks, Bob. Junie and then Mary. Junie.
Thank you. I agree with Aaron. The language need to be worked on. It's unclear as the language stand right now, what of some of the products that are included. So using industry language that was sent to us to make it clearer, or just, for instance, when we're looking at 8340, it says any product containing or delivering nicotine intended for human consumption that can be used by an individual to simulate smoking in the delivery of nicotine or tobacco, period, instead of having or any other substance, even if marketed as nicotine free. I think this takes us to a whole different territory where it becomes discretionary. I don't know how these businesses are regulated and what is the law, but I can imagine someone just using that any other substance language. So I think, again, making it clear, if it's nicotine and tobacco, just make it nicotine and tobacco and period, as opposed to the extra language that give more leverage and more discretion. I'm still also, I asked a question about the $5,000 penalty. I still think it was steep. I don't know what was the thought in the past. I quickly looked at the law around, just selling tobaccos, and it seems like it's only a $200 penalty. I don't know if that mirrors ESDs, but just selling plant tobacco, I think as a business is like $200 or something like that. So I think from 200 to 5,000, it's a real difference. And I wonder what was the thought behind that. But I do agree with Aaron. I would support that, or just making it clear, nicotine or tobacco. Thank you.
Thank you, Junie. Mary and then Rachel. Mary.
Thanks, Sam. So I found Sam's line of questioning pretty interesting, and I think it's an important line of questioning. However, I also think that the language of the ballot title and just the way it was presented to the voters kind of overrides that, whether or not you can use one for the other and the other for the other. So because the voters voted with a certain intention. So I'll agree with Aaron and Bob, and as well as what Bob brought up regarding the Tabor question, or I believe Aaron brought it up too. And if we want to go ahead and do what we're proposing to do tonight, perhaps we need another ballot measure to just cover ourselves. But I believe there's a slide that has that alternative, that language that was proposed by the strategists. Could we take a look at it so that we're all on the same page?
And I
Carl.
believe you're right, it was submitted, but I don't know. So whoever knows how to show things as the slides should be able to show it.
Carl, do you have that? You can pull it up. We sent it to you about 5:15.
And while he's doing that, I mean, there's several things that I've heard, so I guess we're looking for clarification that we look at how we could enforce this, how we would know as staff what would meet this new language. And Carl, I think the Joel was sending was not part of the original presentation. It was something that was added late. So we could provide that information and what would be required to change the code to limit it to just tobacco or nicotine products, and or go to CLAB and ask whether these devices can be limited to just nicotine, and or present a ballot issue that would cover all electronic smoking devices, so there wouldn't be any ambiguity.
There it is. That's what was sent to us as a proposal for, I guess, kind of a compromise amendment to, as Bob said, move us forward. So I could support this. And I guess I would put that on the table as a way forward.
Thank you, Mary. We got Rachel and then Adam. Rachel?
Yeah, I don't mean to beat a dead horse here, but any devices that cannot be used for tobacco or nicotine delivery, I still think it sounds like the reality is that they should not be used for tobacco or nicotine delivery. So I guess, do we need to compromise? Like, if we don't want to do what staff is asking, do we need to do anything? Can we just walk away from this? Do we need to do compromise language if we're not going to sweep these additional devices in? And I think if we are going to put language in that talks about delivery, then it should go to CLAB, because I'm going to stick with, I don't think we quite know enough what we are talking about. And I think I'm hearing Kathy saying we'd have to figure out what is included in there. So I just wonder if we're overcomplicating, and is there a need to do this if we're not going to support the initial idea? And if so, should it go to CLAB?
Thanks, Rachel. Adam?
Yeah, for the sake of moving this along, does anyone want to make a motion? And if not, then we can just give staff whatever guidance we want to, since if no motion is made, we just have to move on.
I can move that we amend staff's proposal with the language that is on the screen before us, as proposed by BBB Strategies, I think it was.
If I could just call it clear, I think they actually proposed changing two statutes. One is on the screen, and there's another one as well. In section,
we have a next slide on that.
6-4.2.
Yeah, and I believe we have that slide as well. There you go.
Yeah.
Thanks, Carl.
So Mary, if your motion was as to both of those statutes, I would second it.
As to both of those statutes, yes.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. I think there's nobody else with their hand. Well, I see lots of hands, but they all look old to me. So Mary, Rachel, Adam. Okay, they're going away. All right. So I'm going to support the motion, but Junie, go ahead.
Yeah, I do have a question though. My question is, has this proposal been vetted by our legal staff?
No, and that's why I suggested that if you want us to bring it back this way, what we would recommend, I believe, talking off the top of my head, so anybody jump in if they think I'm wrong, what other changes we would have to make all of the sections work, and also figure out if this is something we could enforce.
Yeah. So I'm not sure if I could support this right now, knowing that our staff hasn't looked at it. I'm open to having it sent to staff to, I guess, vet it, but not to just vote on it wholesale.
Great, so that's a no, the way I hear it, but we have a motion and a second. With Junie's comment, do either one of you, Mary or Bob, want to withdraw your motion or keep it out there? Bob?
Well, I would keep it out there. This would just be effectively a first reading vote. And if staff thinks that there's more work they need to do on that, I just want to progress this because I'm afraid that if we kick it back to CLAB or it's going to languish out here. And it seems like we need some resolution on this one way or the other. I realize that this is not a final vote, but let's move this forward. And if staff wants to bring back on second reading that there's other statutes that need to be adjusted, then we can always do a third reading. But I just want to be very clear about what I think the majority of council will say on this by way of clarification, whether it's voting on this formally or whether it's stating this as a clean intention and having staff bring back what other tweaks they need. But let's put this to bed if we can.
So Bob, are you saying this would be a basically a third reading amendment or an amendment that would bring it back as a third reading?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds like Kathy wants the time, which I understand,
okay,
to look at other statutes to see if they need to be cleaned up as well. So I think what I'd suggest is why don't we vote on these two now? And if there's other statutes, if there's no other statutes, then they can bring these back as second reading. If there are other statutes, they can bring it back as second reading, and then we'll do a third reading on consent.
Okay, so if I'm understanding you correctly, we had second reading before us tonight. We're changing it, so this would make it third reading.
Well,
and so, yeah.
I guess I call it first reading on version 2.
Okay, but so bring it back as third reading with it vetted.
Sure.
And then and put it on consent.
Yeah, Aaron has his hand up. Maybe he has a thought.
Okay.
Aaron.
Partly, I was just going to clarify readings a little bit, but yeah. So I think Bob, what you're talking about makes sense. Is that we could pass this amended language on second reading, but to Junie's point, say to staff before bringing it back for third reading, please review it. And if you feel like other amendments should be offered in order to make this consistent, please let us know that. And so if you need more than 2 weeks to get to a third reading, I mean, I'd be fine with that. I don't know if other council members would as well, but and that way you can we can take advantage of any further modifications that might be necessary if you find them at a third reading.
Okay, Aaron, that makes it a lot clearer for me. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. I'm going to speak to this. Actually, let me start with Mary. You made the motion. Would you like to speak to your motion?
No, I was just agreeing with Bob that this is something that has been out there that is causing a lack of clarity amongst businesses. So if we can provide some clarity by creating this amendment, it'll move us forward. And if we need to, and I agree with Junie, it does need to be vetted by staff. So if we can move forward the way Aaron described, I think that's the way to go.
Great, thanks, Bob. Anything you want to say?
Nothing more to add.
Great. So I'm going to support this language, and I'm going to point out what Rachel said. But I don't think this language changes a single thing we're talking about. I don't think it actually clarifies it because, I appreciate that the industry weighed in. Typically, when industries are being regulated, they weigh in a certain way, and I appreciate that. But I also think that having neutral third parties look at what can be used or cannot be used. I mean, Bob, you're right. Of course, a lawnmower could be used to smoke marijuana in some clever way, I'm sure. However, these devices look and feel very much like nicotine vaping devices. There's really no fundamental difference. Maybe temperatures, we can debate that. I'd rather have CLAB look into it than us. So I think that while I will support this because it makes it clear that anything that cannot be used, like a reasonable person would say a lawnmower can't be used for that, but a reasonable person might look at a jewel and think you could smoke pot in it, or might look at a PAX and think that you could smoke tobacco in it. So I don't think we've actually clarified it enough, but I think that it makes the intent more clear. Therefore, if somebody wants to do something beyond it, they could be changing this. So I'm only supporting it because it adds some more clarity, but I don't think the cannot is the proper word to use in either one of these locations, because a reasonable person could easily take a look at one of these devices and think you could smoke other things in them. So anyway, I'll support the change, but I agree fully with Rachel that we haven't fully clarified it with these changes. We've clarified intent, but not necessarily made it easier for staff. Sandra?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a procedural question. So it sounds to me like council is leaning towards replacing the language in the proposed ordinance 8458 and replacing it with the language that's in the 2 slides that's been presented by a third party. And so if that is the case, I want to make sure that that is what we're doing. That would be then something that we would come back in third reading and have the ability or the time for our staff to look at the language and provide suggestions on other changes at that time.
Sandra, I believe that's what's in front of us. I believe that's the motion. Mary?
Yes,
Bob?
that's a motion. And Sandra, if you know, to Sam's point, if the cannot needs to be should not, or some other language, if that makes it clear, then by all means suggest that. And then to Rachel's point, maybe before it comes, there's no deadline on this, is there? I mean, it's not in any kind of schedule. If we could just send this to CLAB to vet it as well, then I think it would be better than just supporting a third party amendment without having that thoroughly vetted. So if we could do it that way, I guess I'm interested in hearing how people feel about that.
Thank you, Mary. We've got Rachel's hand and Mark. Rachel?
Yeah, I could support the moving forward with Mary's suggestion that we not rely strictly on the industries, and I'm not dismissing industry. It's just that that's not how we usually, I think, proceed. Just getting, you know, one side's kind of take on it, and then, you know, it hasn't gone through our own board or really any robust public process. So I would, if we can send it to CLAB and make sure that we're shoring up that language such that it's meaningful and impactful, then I would support this. So I think that would require an alternative motion, though.
Thanks, Rachel. Mark?
Yeah, I would wish to have staff look at this as illustrative language, not anything that's written in stone. I'm reluctant to simply accept a third-party written statute or amendment as is, and I'd like it to be vetted by staff, and if staff has improvements or alternative language they want to suggest, I'm open to that as well. As I said, I think this is illustrative of what we might do to clarify things, but shouldn't be regarded as frozen in amber.
Very good. So I see no other hands. We have a motion. I think the motion's general enough to give staff the latitude to do what staff needs with or without going to CLAB. But I think we should weigh in on whether we want, you know, that kind of full treatment for staff to take maybe 8 or 10 weeks to come back to us with something that they've had a chance to run through a board. So Mary and Bob, I'll turn to you. Do you feel, how would you like staff to interpret your motion relative to when they come back to us and what they do in the interim?
I'm sorry. So I guess that's maybe two separate steps. I mean, one is the motion that's on the table, and the other one is to have it vetted by our board and staff. So I'm not sure that the CLAB and the vetting by staff is a separate motion. So maybe this motion just needs to be changed to in the spirit of what is presented here. Bob, any thoughts?
No, I was going to say the same thing, Mary. Thanks. Yeah, I don't know that we have to make a motion tonight. I guess I would just say we should just provide direction. We can maybe do this by a show of hands to staff to go and visit with CLAB to think deeply about what the language might look like. I guess the thing I would ask council to consider is an instruction to staff in the meantime, because if it does take 6 or 8 or 10 weeks to get through all that, not to be taxing these products. Because what would not be helpful is if we started hearing from the industry over the next few weeks that staff was imposing $5,000 fines or was looking for tax money on something that at least a majority of council seems to think should not be taxed. We can get the words right later, but let's suspend any tax on these non-nicotine delivering products in the meantime.
Sounds good. Aaron and then Junie. Aaron?
Yeah, I agree with what Bob and Mary just said. And just in terms of sending it to CLAB, I think, having your input could be useful, like as Rachel mentioned earlier. And I think just so that we're clear about our intent, which is to ask them for assistance in the best way to exclude cannabis vaping devices, from the tax. And they are actually experts in this field, so they might be able to provide some valuable advice for how to distinguish and how to craft language in the ordinance to help do that.
Thank you, Aaron. Junie?
Yeah, I think what I'm hearing is that we would not pass a motion tonight. We'll just give directions for staff to go back, work on the language, and then work with CLAB. And I fully support that. And also, I do support Bob's idea about the no tax until we figure it out. It makes sense because the language is a little bit confusing right now. And I think taxing based on a language that is not clear is not the right way to go about enforcing. And also, I think I wanted to know as well from my fellow council members, I wonder if maybe Sam, you can get a sense of how council feel about the $5,000 as well. Maybe that's something staff could look into as well, because I still think that's pretty steep. And I wonder if it's the same amount of fine in other parts of Colorado as well.
Well, I think that's a good question, Junie. We don't need to answer it tonight, but I think staff probably hears that loud and clear. And staff, when you come back to talk to us, whatever the fine level you're proposing, at least tell us how you got there and what it compares to. So with that, unless I hear objections, I'm going to summarize that we're asking staff to go back using the language that the industry proposed as a template to think about. We pointed out concerns with it, and we'd like CLAB to weigh in, but then come back to us after this language has been worked over a bit more. And the intention of council is that in the meantime, these cannabis-focused vaping devices not be taxed. Anything else council wants to add to that summary? Okay, with that, there's no motion. I assume that, Mary, you're going to withdraw your motion. We're going to give direction to staff and move on to the next item.
Motion withdrawn.
All right, very good. Sorry about the convoluted path we took to get here, but I think it's clear what council's will is on this one. So thank you all to staff for your work.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Alicia, take us to our next item, please.
All right, sir. Our last public hearing is the item 5C, second reading and consideration of a motion to adopt ordinance 8462, amending chapter 3-20, the rental license excise tax, and chapter 12-2, landlord tenant relations, BRC 1981, making changes to implement the provisions related to eviction prevention and rental assistance services and setting forth related details.
Thanks. And Mayor and Council, for this, I'll invite Karen Armstrong in Housing and Human Services and Joel Wagner in Finance to present.
Thank you, Council. Good evening. Do we have a PowerPoint ready to go? Perfect. All right, good evening, Council. I'm Karen Armstrong, and I'm with Community Mediation and Resolution Center. I'm Program Manager, and I'm joined by Joel Wagner, Tax and Special Projects Manager with Finance. He has a long night tonight, so thank you for being here. Tonight, we're presenting an update on the Eviction Prevention and Rental Assistance Program with a focus on proposed amendments to the ordinance. To help inform the conversation, we're joined by Jay Allen, EPRIS Coordinator, Sandra Yanes, Interim City Attorney, and Kristen Heiser with Housing and Human Services. Next slide, please. So I'll provide a brief overview of the work to date and then some of the proposed ordinance changes. I'll then transition to Joel, who will cover the ordinance changes that are specific to tax implementation. Next slide, please. So since the program's inception in January of this year, like any new ordinance or program, there have been some lessons learned. And these learnings have informed a few proposed amendments to the ordinance to ensure clarity and efficiencies. So tonight, staff requests Council's consideration to adopt Ordinance 8642, amending Chapter 320 Rental License Excise Tax, and Chapter 12-2, Landlord-Tenant Relations related to the Eviction Prevention and Rental Assistance Services. Next slide, please. So I'll just give you all an overview of the work to date. This was a renter-driven initiative and was approved by the voters in the November 2020 election. The ordinance calls for the program to be fully implemented 12 months after the effective date of the ordinance. However, program implementation is well underway, and partly that's due to the existing foundation of provided by the city's longstanding mediation program and strong community partnerships. So since January, staff has executed a contract with nonprofit Bridge to Justice to provide legal support and representation. We've developed a process to align our mediation and rental services with the legal services. We've established EPRIS phone number and website, including an active service request form. We've hired a full-time EPRIS coordinator, and we've determined that the rental license excise tax will be collected on behalf of the city by the Boulder County Assessor's Office through property tax, starting with 2021 assessments. And those will be collected in the spring of next year. City Council has appropriated $1.03 million from the general fund to cover startup program costs until those revenues from the rental license excise tax are received. Rental license excise tax revenues will repay the general fund for actual 2021 program costs. And finally, we've initiated the recruitment of the Tenant Advisory Committee to be seated in the beginning of Q3 2021. Next slide, please. So since the activation of the EPRIS program in early January through May, 70 clients have benefited from community mediation services, legal services, rental assistance, or a combination of all, or some of these services as noted here. Although we have yet to collect outcomes that track whether the tenant successfully avoided eviction, just from our observations alone, it appears that most, if not all, of EPRIS clients have been able to avoid eviction by either successfully addressing the lease violation claim in order to remain in the property, or they've worked out terms to move out. We'll now move into the proposed ordinance changes. Next slide, please. Okay, so as we've learned more about what works, staff is proposing some expansion to when and how legal representation can be made available to a tenant in order to reach better outcomes for both tenants and landlords. The proposed expansions, and this is just related to legal representation that are listed here, encourages early interventions and will ideally better meet the intention of the ordinance to ensure that tenants are adequately and fully represented when their housing stability is at stake. Next slide, please. So this is about the use of the dedicated revenue. Staff is proposing an expansion surrounding the use of the dedicated revenue to include dispute resolution services and other financial assistance beyond just rent. Dispute resolution services can be used in conjunction with legal services or independently to support resolution at any stage in an eviction process. In terms of rental assistance, rent is not the only reason that a tenant may be subject to eviction. So staff is looking to expand the scope to include other housing related expenses beyond rent to enable a tenant to remain in the property or to assist with transition expenses to new housing, thus avoiding an eviction. Staff is currently developing eligibility criteria and funding limits to ensure that any rental or financial assistance policies aligns well with the intent and the scope of the ordinance. Next slide, please. Staff has proposed clarifying language regarding a landlord's obligation to notify tenants about EPRA services. The additional language makes it more explicit that the landlord is required to provide their tenant with a notification of EPRA resources when delivering a notice to quit, demand for compliance, or a notice to terminate Section 8. This notification is in addition to an administrative court order, which also requires information on available eviction support services to be delivered to tenants when they are served a summons for eviction in court. So just to clarify, any tenant being evicted in the city of Boulder, or well, any city of Boulder resident getting evicted should receive information about rental and legal services twice, one with the initial demand for compliance notice and again when they receive a summons to appear at court. Next slide, please. So the original ordinance created a tenant committee to be comprised of 5 members who are tenants of the city of Boulder and do not own real property to oversee the program and staff. The proposed amendment provides some more clarity regarding the role and the scope of the advisory committee to align with other city boards, commissions, and committees. Specifically, the amendment clarifies that this committee is an advisory committee. This committee does remain unique, that members receive a stipend of $1,000 annually. And so this change was shared with a variety of stakeholders, including the newer advocates, with all supportive of this proposed amendment. So I'll now pass off to Joel, who will cover the ordinance changes in relation to the tax collection and exemptions.
Well, good evening again, Council. And I want to apologize for the quality of my camera. I feel like I'm a bad CGI character in a made-for-TV movie. Can't fix it, so please bear with me. I'll be brief. So Finance's goal when we're implementing a new tax is to ensure efficient collection of the tax that provides sound stewardship of taxpayer funds while also maximizing funds available for program services. So staff evaluated several possible options for the collection of the new long-term rental tax, including collection through the city's existing rental licensing software, collection through the city's existing tax and revenue management software, or collection of the tax through the Boulder County Assessor's Office on annual property tax assessments. After evaluating all of the options, staff is planning to partner with the Boulder County Assessor for collection of the tax through the property owner's annual property tax bill. This method has the benefits of having the lowest administrative cost. It eliminates the need for taxpayers, rental license holders to manage a separate count, and eliminates the need to track and pay a separate tax assessment of $75 per unit that would be sent once a year. And because property taxes are collected in arrears, this also allows landlords a little extra time to accrue the new tax, even though the tax itself is technically effective in January 2021. And to facilitate this collection, staff is proposing an amendment to the ordinance that would authorize the city manager to arrange for other entities to collect the tax which would then enable the city to certify the tax with the Boulder County Assessor for collection and property tax bills, and provides that added clarity if there are any questions that yes, we do have the authority to do this and it's supported in code. So next slide, please. Oh, sorry, next slide. Thank you. So at the time of the adoption, exemption from the rental license excise tax was limited only to units owned by housing authorities in the city of Boulder per state statute. At the January City Council study session, council requested that staff evaluate additional exemptions. So staff in consultation with stakeholders considered several options. The two presented here, three options. One, continue with the current exemptions limited only to housing authority units per state statute, or expand that exemption to units owned by nonprofits, affordable housing organizations, or third, exempt all units certified by the city as low income rental units, which are currently exempt from the city's rental licensing fee. This exemption would extend to units owned, leased, operated, and managed by a housing authority, units subject to city approved permanently affordable housing covenants, units owned, leased, or operated by a certified nonprofit, and units legally rent restricted through contractual arrangements or restrictive covenants.
So Joel, I'm sorry to interrupt. Adam's got his hand up. I think it's on this slide.
Absolutely.
It's actually on the previous slide. Since you're going to collect through property taxes and through the county assessor, have you taken into account the new legislation that was passed that you can defer some of your property taxes to be paid at the sale of the home? And if so, how does that work out if they defer? Will they still have to pay that $75 since it's not technically the property tax? Wondering about that.
That's a good question. It is not something, but I'll ask City Attorney's Office if it's something that they have seen or contemplated.
Yeah, that's brand new state legislation, so I don't know how that would interact with this, but definitely worth looking into.
We'll certainly look into it.
Thank you, Adam. You're good to go, Joe.
Yeah, thank you. So staff analysis included the financial impact of additional exemptions, the administrative impact of processing exemptions, and rate of exemptions of the city's affordable housing partners. So it's estimated in total that the rental license excise tax will generate approximately $1.5 million a year. And this is already excluding the statutorily exempted units. And on this slide, you see the additional financial impact of extending this exemptions to nonprofits owned units, which is about 52,000, and including that to nonprofits and all low income rental units, that increases the reduction in revenue to about $65,000. Staff is recommending option 2, as this approach supports the fiscal sustainability of the city's affordable housing partners who share in achieving the city's affordable housing goals and aligns with current code that exempts these units from paying the license fee. So next slide, please. So just a brief summary of the outreach we performed during this process. Staff met with a variety of stakeholders to review the progress of the eviction prevention and rental services program and the recommended ordinance amendments, including the organizations listed on this slide. My personal thanks out to the Boulder Area Rental Housing Association, who helped us get the word out to rental license holders about the proposed tax. And while offering some minor edits to propose or to provide further clarification, which have been incorporated in the recommended amendments presented to council tonight, all have expressed support of the recommended ordinance amendments. And next slide, please. In addition to the direct outreach, we sent email notices and postcards to over 6,700 individual license holders. And in total, we received over 300 responses. We summarized these responses into some general categories. And those are discussed in your memo, but at the high level for the 3 items that we requested feedback on regarding the tax, the timing of the implementation of the tax, the collection method, and the exemptions, you can see here that 71% of respondents supported the 2021 effective date with the county collection in arrears beginning in 2022. 63% supported collection through annual property taxes, and 54% supported exemption of the permanently affordable rental units. And with that, I'll hand it back to Karen to close this up.
Thank you. So next slide, please. So tonight, I'll cover next steps here. Tonight, we look to council for consideration on the proposed ordinance amendments we covered. In terms of longer term next steps, staff will be focusing on the application of the racial equity tool over the next year to ensure that the program is serving our community in accordance to the city's commitment to racial equity. A priority will also be to review the program outcome measures specified in the ordinance. Now that the program is up and running, we hope to identify which data can best measure the program's efficacy in a manner that's feasible and not burdensome to the various agencies involved. We feel this could be a meaningful first project for the tenant committee to dig into and where they could add great value. In addition, staff is grateful to the Housing Solutions Lab, a national center specializing in housing policy research, who have expressed a willingness to support EPRIS in this effort. So following this process, this review process, we plan to bring a revised proposal regarding data collection back to council for further adjustments. Overall, we've been encouraged by the partnerships and community impacts of this program to date, and we're excited to see this unique eviction prevention program continue to evolve and reach its full potential. Next slide. So this concludes our presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Karen. I have one quick question. On an earlier slide, you talked about when an eviction proceeding begins that the tenants need to be informed of the EPRIS program. So can you describe how that looks and what that means? They hand them a pamphlet that gives them contact information. Like, what is the requirement to begin eviction proceedings?
So the first step, let's say a tenant hasn't paid rent and a landlord hands them, it's a demand for compliance or right to possession. And it says basically you need to get in compliance and pay what is owed, or we'll begin eviction proceedings, and they have a certain period of time. It's usually 10 days, right now it's 30 days notice. And so with that first notice, according to our ordinance, and we're just clarifying the language here tonight, but they would need to provide a disclosure to the tenant that attaches with that demand notice that says you have the right to access this EPRIS program, and it provides contact information as well.
Thanks. Would it be possible to strengthen that in some way that's not onerous or burdensome? Because one, I know that there's a lot of rental assistance support that's both within the city's budget and, also federal and state programs that can support rental assistance. So I guess, one extreme is that the landlord at this point would need to help the tenant apply for those programs. Another might be that they would inform the city or the appropriate folks that this eviction proceeding has started. So is there a requirement when they give that notice of possession to the tenant that they inform anyone else that they're doing that? Like, would that be the earliest? No, there's not.
There's not, and it really is dependent on the tenant to contact us. Because there's been a lack of clarity, I believe, just in talking with Barha, they weren't aware that this was necessarily a requirement, just the way it was worded. So tenants haven't been getting that notification. So we haven't had tenants reach out at that early stage, or very little, I would say. But I did mention in the presentation that the courts require when you're served with a summons for court, and that's taken, then it's the second step in the eviction process. And information about EPRA services is included with the summons. And we do see a small percentage of tenants reach out from that, but it would be amazing if we could have that level of connection to be able to reach those tenants. I suspect that it would be onerous for landlords. They've really have been through quite a bit with changing requirements throughout this whole pandemic and have really had to keep up with quite a bit. It seems like it's worth it to consult with Barha and others around that. It would certainly make our job a lot easier, and we'd be able to reach tenants earlier on. I don't know how feasible it would be for
So
landlords.
I guess that would be my point of thinking about this is we don't want to make it onerous, but if along with handing a notice to a tenant or nailing it to their door or mailing it, they also had to inform the city that that was happening. So it's just one more piece of paper or one more email. It seems like that would be a proactive way to have city staff know that that was going on and be able to reach out and offer support. So without requiring the landlord to do any additional paperwork except for contacting you, I'd like us to at least think about that, because I know that a lot of folks who get a notice like that are going to be frightened. They're going to be very concerned about what's coming. And I could easily imagine that they wouldn't necessarily look to the attached paperwork and follow through on that. Whereas if you, as a staff, found out about that, and it seems like it's not an overwhelming number, 70 in 5 months or something, it seems like you might have the bandwidth to reach out to them. So I'm just looking for ways to strengthen it so that they're not just being handed a piece of paper and there might be some other information. And Kristen, I see that your camera came on. So do you have something you'd like to say? You're on mute, sorry.
Sorry about that. It's late. It's Kristen Heiser, Deputy Director of Housing and Human Services. I just wanted to add, really appreciate your suggestion, Sam. I think that is a really critical piece of this work and reaching our community members, and so they're aware of these services. One of the things that our team is doing is working with the courts to determine when a docket is prepared and released, that is then received by our team members who are then doing one-on-one outreach. I would have to defer to Karen about the mechanics of that. Like, is that a week out, 2 weeks out? And she can speak to that. But that is a big piece of this work that is actually quite staff intensive, is that we have Jay Allen, who's the coordinator, and Karen herself and other team members who are reaching out, trying to make connections with those individuals, and then seeing them through even after the court date. So if they're trying to identify new housing options or needing help with a variety of challenges in that situation, or just even the stress of the situation that you're referencing, our team has been very proactive in kind of providing that sort of case management, or light case management, I guess I would call it. So Karen, I don't know if you have anything to add to that, but I think we're always happy to explore other opportunities to get to people as early as possible.
Yeah, it's certainly worth exploring. As you were talking, Kristen, it did make me realize that, yes, workload could be an issue. The dockets are significantly smaller than the number of tenants on any one docket each week is much smaller than the number of demand notices that go out. Many, many, many more demand notices go out. That volume is much larger, and a lot of tenants are able to rectify the situation and avoid the next step. So yeah, that would be a consideration as far as staff's ability to truly respond to following up with each tenant. If we were to.
That's a great answer. Leave the mechanics to you all, but the idea, and that sounds like a really important sorting mechanism. Like, by the time it gets to a docket, it's really seriously a threat to the tenant. So maybe that is the appropriate time that balances workload with notification time. And so that's a great answer. Sounds like you guys are thinking about it. That's all I have for questions. Any other questions from council? All right, with that, we can go to the public hearing, and we have 2 people signed up for that. The 2 people are Lynn Siegel and Julie Van Domelen, and so we will start with Lynn. Each speaker gets 3 minutes to address us.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
When I use my laptop as a laptop, it doesn't seem to work. I'm of the feeling that Boulder Housing Partners and these other nonprofits should not be exempted from the fee. The fee isn't that much, and Boulder Housing Partners is heavily subsidized by LIHTC and other grants that support affordable housing in Boulder, but they also, at the same time, as promoting affordable housing, that affordable housing causes, I keep on telling you people this, but nobody seems to get it. Affordable housing is not cheap because it causes demand for services. Like the people that live in the affordable housing have to have clerks at the bank, and they have to have all of, the rec centers and the library and all of the things that they're using in that are paid for by the city of Boulder. All of that stuff costs a lot. So by this panacea of affordable housing, it's not affordable because, like at Gun Barrel or at Waterview or anywhere, it's 25% affordable housing, and the other workforce housing, which is not workforce, it's Google housing, it's high-end housing, and I don't want to hear that word used anymore, that expression of workforce housing. It's market rate housing, and the market rate housing drives the land value up, which makes the demand for more affordable housing more and more. So I feel that Boulder Housing Partners and the nonprofits should have to pay as well for the eviction fee. Eviction is not a solution. Eviction's the worst thing that can happen in our culture, and it's happening more and more because the cost of housing in Boulder is going so up. 3 houses down from me, 1.4 million for a place that's less than half the size of my lot, and is 1,300 feet, and mine is 1,800 feet. I have a constant uphill battle, and I've lived here, I've owned for 30 years. My dad helped me out with $10,000 to buy my first house in 1992. And struggling just to keep up with property taxes is stunning. And I can
Thank
see
you, Lynn.
all
Your
of
time
this
is up.
happening.
Thank you. We appreciate your input. Next, we have Julie Van Domelen.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Julie Van Domelen. I'm the Executive Director at EFA. I wanted to really just congratulate staff on all the hard work they've done to get this program up and running in the midst of everything else going on. Kristen Heiser, Karen Armstrong, Renee Gallegos, and Jay Allen, we've met with them multiple times. We have a great partnership with the city, as you know, and I just wanted to take the time this evening to thank staff for their proactiveness in this. One of the questions that have come up is how this fits into the bigger picture. Rental assistance has been a critical COVID response right now. There's a number of fairly large sources. EFA, we've funded $3.5 million in rental assistance in the last 12 months. We usually do a little under $1 million, just to give you an idea of the scale up. The county is coming in with large funding from the newest federal funding. So we've been working, all of us have been working together to really try and triage this to make sure that all these funding sources are consistent and coordinated. So I want to, allay any fears about how that's working with the bigger rental pools out there. Also, what we're seeing in terms of just the importance of this coordination, the city has set up this housing supports group where we meet every 2 weeks between the mobile home park managers, BARHA, Boulder Housing Partners, ourselves, the mediation and the courts. And really, we just try and track what's going on. And I just want to share one thing with the council that we heard from one of the mobile home park managers when they said, you often hear on the news about an eviction tsunami coming, but she didn't think that that would happen in Boulder County because of all the support that's coming in to stave this off. And I thought that was a really hopeful signal. She said we might see that in other parts of the state, but she would doubt it among their mobile home parks in Boulder because people are getting helped. So I just want to kind of inject some good news here. I do think we're preventing a lot of evictions, and we'll be, EFA is committed to working very closely with the city on making sure this program is well coordinated with everything else and is a success. And we do appreciate the not duplicating other mechanisms out there. You don't have to set up a complete rental assistance program. We're there to help. The housing helpline is doing this. So I think we'll come up with a really good division of labor on these issues. So once again, just thanks to staff.
Thank you, Julie, and thanks to you and your organization for all the work that you do as well. You're an integral part of our joint response here. So thanks a bunch. And Aaron, I see your hand.
We'll just say the same thing. Julie, thanks so much for joining us tonight and for all the work that you and EFA do to keep our community members housed. And it's been an incredibly difficult year and some, but I think we have all rested easier knowing that EFA was out on the front lines, making sure that that people got the rental assistance and other forms of assistance they need. So thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I'm just going to bring the public hearing to close real quick, and back to you, Aaron.
Yeah, well, if you don't mind, while I have the floor, I'll go ahead and make a motion.
Please.
So I will move that we adopt ordinance 8462, amending chapter 320 rental license excise tax and chapter 12.2 landlord tenant relations. Leave it there.
Second.
All right, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, well, I really want to thank city staff and the community members, EFA, BARHA, and other organizations, and the newer organizers as well, who all work together so well on making these tweaks. You never know everything you're going to need right up front. And so as we've learned from the program, it's great to see these changes. Excited to see how the funding mechanism is going to be implemented. It seems like a neat solution. So the fact that you've put something together that all the stakeholders think is a great idea is really impressive. And it's a new program for us and for the state, anywhere else in the state. So it's an exciting program. Great to see it get off the ground. And also another thank you for how staff has managed to stand up the program at the beginning of, right after it was passed, even though the funding hadn't been nailed down yet. So really appreciate how you've gotten that off the ground so quickly, and great to see you move forward.
Thank you, Aaron. Adam, would you like to say anything?
Yeah, just that I appreciate a smooth revision process, and this was just that. So thank you all who were involved for doing that, because faster these things move, the better.
Yeah, and I'll jump in here as well and say thank you. I mean, it has been pretty amazing what staff has been able to do, all the way from standing up the COVID Recovery Center, all the way through this kind of rental assistance and eviction mediation and support. So everyone was needed from our city staff, who are partners in the nonprofit world, as well as the folks who carried the newer ballot initiative, and then the involvement that they've shown as they've stayed with it through implementation. So it's been great work on everyone's part. It's a lot of hard work. It's seen and much appreciated. So I'll just say that. Anyone else? Great. Seeing none. Alicia, I believe this is roll call. Is that correct?
That is correct, sir. Councilmember Joseph.
Yes.
Sweatlick,
Aye.
Wallach,
Aye.
Weaver,
Aye.
Yates,
Yes.
Young,
Yes.
Brockett,
Aye.
and Friend.
Yes.
Ordinance 8462 passed unanimously, sir, 8-0.
Thank you very much, Alicia. What a nice note to end on, considering the previous two discussions. I would say, is there any other debrief, anything staff or council would like to bring up? Seeing no other items, this meeting is adjourned at 10:48. Thank you all for your time. Have a good night.
And everybody.
Good night.